house, Mr. Judge Joe Brown, running for mayor of Memphis. Put him up there. People love Judge Joe Brown, and I'm sure he'll make a great mayor in the city of Memphis. Good evening, good evening. Welcome to the space. I'm just adding stuff up to the Jumbotron, get a couple more people in here, and then we'll talk about, a lot of these issues that came up this week, and then go back in time, talk about the Contrabands of War, who were not only the first migrators. Okay, we got a request. Okay. We got Lizette is up. If you would like to speak, Lizette, you can go for it here.
Sure. Hi, good evening. Thank you for having me. I know we had a great migration. I remember, like in the 1600s through the early 70s from down south. I have two sides. I have the north side as well as the south side. But what are we going to be doing? Are we going to try to migrate back down south, or are we going to stay within these areas?
Yeah, so we do focus a lot on one particular state. Mm-hmm. And the state that we focus on is Delaware. And the reason is because Delaware is a state where we essentially need 300,000 new black voters to move into 2 counties, 2 out of 3, mm-hmm. in order to take over not just the 2 counties and all the city and town, but also to ultimately take over the majority of the state government. And that includes the governor, lieutenant governor, most of the legislators, and then focus on that final and third county. So we spend a lot of time focusing on something that we know is achievable. It essentially takes less than 1% and or 1% of our population to achieve. And so that's our main focus. But the Black State of America map has 8 other states. They're all in the southeastern United States. So I'll try to find that and pick it up in the Jumbotron, but it's Delaware, Maryland, South Carolina, Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, and Arkansas, or the states where, based on their current population and our current population outside of those states, we could move to those states and essentially establish black majority rule over each of those states.
That sounds like a great approach, because Delaware is actually the first state. A lot of people may not be aware of that. That is one of the first states in the in the 52 states, really 53. Yes, that's one of the first states. A lot of people may not be aware of that. I'm not too sure.
Yeah, we call it the first black state. It also has the name of a diamond state. We call it the Black Diamond State. So yeah,
yes.
And there's another caveat to it, and we know the current president, who was an architect of the National Corporation, represented that state, is from that state, and has been in Congress for a decade.
Wow.
So, after the 2020 election and all of the campaign promises that were broken, I feel it's only right to take away that state first. Again, to prove that our model works, to show the world and show the rest of Black America that we can achieve this goal, and then work with the other states.
That sounds like not just a plan. That sounds like something we have to do.
Yeah, agreed. We have a group, a community, sort of just started having a community, so I'll post that community up there. Please join it. And over time, let your friends and family know. We figure people in the New Jersey, Philadelphia, and NYC area are the closest to Delaware, maybe even Virginia. So we're hoping that the majority of the people come from, a relatively close area, because they won't be as homesick. They'll be able to travel back to, places that they could.
Yeah, well, I'm from, one of the 3 states. I don't want to, play it out, but yeah, I'm from one of these 3 states that's sitting up here on the board. So it'll be an easy jump for me,
Exactly. I'm in a few spaces throughout the week, and the one thing I hear repeatedly in the New Jersey and New York City area is the gentrification is really pushing people out of, northern Jersey and NYC.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah, NYC is like not good right now. It's not at the best. It's really not. I don't want to, go too deep in it, but you know what I mean.
Yes, exactly. That's all we hear, and that's what we've been hearing. We've been having a Saturday space every weekend for about 2 months, I want to say, maybe a little longer now. And so we're getting people checking in from those areas, and that's what we keep hearing over and over again. So yeah, it's brutal, but this is how white society operates, and so we got to get a permanent state authority under our belt, so that not only so that we are in positions of authority, but so that we can change the curriculum, change the opportunities, change the contracting that occurs between states and private citizens. Just change everything, change the justice system. We really, really need to re-engineer a state for our benefit and our benefit alone. So that's what the whole plan is.
Exactly. We have to go back to the old ways. We have to go back to the farming, agriculture, like really heavy. We're not into it no more. It's not enough of us to go around with that. We need to get back to those basics.
Yeah, I was never really that aware of how important Black farmers and Black farming is in this country, and how much land was stripped away. Until really being on Twitter and speaking with a bunch of farmers, different farmer groups, and the desire to farm is so great within our community. I posted a couple weeks ago about this plan in the state of Delaware to grant a half acre of land to every voter, every Black voter, to establish Black majority rule over the state. So when we do something like that, we're giving our people real ownership over the land. They can farm it themselves. They can live on it. They can contract the land out if they choose to. But essentially, it is what America did in some of the Homestead Acts and some of those land grants. We want to do what we know works for our people to establish a Black middle class within the state, as well as establishing a Black upper class of people who are going to help to provide employment and career opportunities for the rest of the people.
Exactly. Yeah, we need that. We definitely do. Because at this rate, I don't see anything. If we have to go above, we can't get any lower than what we are right now as a people. Then the fighting with other groups as well. We need our own. This is the country that we built, and we're getting pushed out.
Yes, we built this country. Our ancestors built this country. Our blood is in the soil for sure. Groups do not have that same experience, and they have come over here to essentially gain off of our blood, sweat, and tears here. It's unfortunate. many in the 60s thought that they, outside groups would come over, they would actually help us, help our fight. But it's proven that that's not their goal.
Yes.
So that kind of is what it is. But we just going to continue our march towards, freedom, liberation, and empowerment. And the one thing we've never actually had, we've had black towns, we've got a bunch of black counties in the South, but we've never had state authority, and that's the real true missing ingredient, because the state holds all of the power. And because we've never had that. We've had a few governors, but we've never had a black agenda, black first, black American governor who's all about uplifting black Americans and no one else. And so that's what we really, really need.
Yes, we do. I mean, after Reconstruction, we did have a lot of those states, the 13 states that was available to us. But then things changed and we got put out of everything as well. So we need to rectify all of this stuff and get to what we had. If not what we had, what we have to make over now.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, during Reconstruction, there were two governors in Louisiana, two black governors, and their terms were just a month each. And that was due to, I think, either sickness or death of one of the white governors, and then another one was involved in some scandal. So those are 2 out of 5. And then we had, the New York governor who was installed because of the white governor had a sexual scandal or whatever. And then we had 2 others. We had one in Virginia who was actually elected, and then one in Massachusetts who was elected. That's it. In the history of this country, really only 2 black governors that were ever elected. And again, they didn't have a black agenda. They didn't put black Americans first.
No.
And they didn't have black majority. So
that's
good morning.
Hey, Black American Homeland. We got Miss Lizette in the chat. She's speaking. We got King. He owns 60s.net. I've been posting, information on 60s.net. Please join it. I'll definitely welcome to speak at some point once we get more people in the room. Because I had bladbar.com. I'm taking that down. We just wanted to help our people populate over to the 60s.net site. I got a chance to get on there. I got a membership. I like the look of the site. I like the feel of it. So we want to encourage, our people to jump on his site.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
You mentioned Douglas Wilder. He was the first black governor of Virginia back in the 80s. And you're right. He didn't. Well, he tried to have a black agenda, but back in the 80s, black Americans was only like 19 to 20% of the Virginia population. He tried to do things, but it was just very tough for him to get laws passed through the Virginia legislature. So it was pretty tough. Yeah, I remember he tried to Virginia, their liquor license was it was state control, where like the ABC stores, they had ABC store. It was all the liquor stores were owned by the state of Virginia. And what he and his son tried to do, he wanted to privatize the liquor stores in Virginia. And my uncle, he was actually in line. He actually knew Douglas Wilder and his son, and he tried to. He actually had locations already set up, ready to go, So like, so once the Douglas Wilder, changed the liquor laws in Virginia, he was gonna have like 7 to 10 liquor stores. But for some reason, the law never changed. It was never passed, and it stayed as the ABC stores as state owned even till today. And guess this is why I noticed, because Virginia's liquor law never changed. You never had the Muslim people move into Virginia. You never had the Arabs. You never had the Arabs moving to Virginia, because if you notice in Illinois, Ohio, Michigan, New York, New Jersey, most of their businesses are liquor stores. But you notice, but because they couldn't own any liquor stores in Virginia, that's why you don't have Muslim or Middle Eastern people in Virginia. So that's just something I noticed in Virginia.
Yeah. Not to cut you off, what's so ironic? Wilder he was related to one of my first cousins, and she carries the last name Wilder. I have a few of them, and I never met him, but I know, he's interrelated through my cousin. They were pretty prominent family, and a lot of them are like down south again. But my cousins, they're still up here in New York, a bunch of them. But yeah, I know the family well. They are interrelated, But But here's the thing with the liquor license situations, that is pretty hard to get, especially in New York. New York liquor license, that's like $700,000, and you still need somebody to kind of like sponsor you. You need a police officer or someone with authority, or because you have to go through what they call the ATF and stuff like that just to get that license in itself. So I'm trying to figure out how do Middle Eastern people are able to get a license like that and own liquor stores in our neighborhoods, because we don't even need these liquor stores, period. It's just firewater, and our people don't need to be drinking that madness anyway. It does nothing for you but kill your liver.
Right. Now, look, this is what I look. Okay, for some reason, right? Okay, I mean, I can't really. I'm not 100% on this, right? But the Muslims, right? Okay, they don't let Muslims or Arabs own liquor stores in the white area, even though there are some in the white areas now. But back in the early days when they would open up liquor stores, they were all in black neighborhoods.
Well, majority of the liquor stores are in. I mean, if you look at the majority of black neighborhoods, you're going to find, here's what you're going to find, and I see from my own eyes, you're going to find a liquor store. When you go to white neighborhoods, they call wine and sprints. Right. But when you in our neighborhood, it's called liquor. That's right. So you're going to have the hair care stores, and you're going to have the Chinese restaurant, and you're going to have the nail salons. That's all we're good for in our neighborhoods. We have to shut this stuff down. All of this stuff has to go.
You forget a couple of other businesses. How about bail bonds?
Oh, we don't have one in our neighborhood. I don't have one. But
well, in certain states, they have bail bonds in a bunch of black neighborhoods. A bail bonds is like if you go to jail, right? I mean, you heard of a bail bondsman, right?
I'm definitely aware of that. I know about bail bondsmen. You remember a lot of them had lost their jobs in New York City due to like they had changed it where they wasn't going to be giving people bail. So a lot of them businesses went out of business because of they can't get the bonds. That's big business. That's big money.
Yeah. And another business that you forgot is your what do you call it? Your cigarette stores.
Your 99-cent stores.
What 99-cent stores and Yeah. But yeah, you're right. You're right. They let the foreigners open those stores in black neighborhoods, but they won't let black Americans open. Well, I don't think black Americans want to open those type of businesses in their neighborhood.
Here's the thing. Even if we did, like, say, like if we lived in a certain area, even if you wanted to own a store in an area, you have to also remember a lot of times black people don't want to pay when they go to black stores. They feel like we're overcharging them for the same products if they go down the block to the Arab guy and get the same product. That's one. Two, we can't get those business loans because we're not foreign. We're from here. We're stripped of a lot of stuff as American blacks.
Well, look,
we don't have those opportunities. We have to make them for ourselves now.
Well, look, these Muslims, yeah, they do get business loans, but a lot of them, they get it from their family members. Yeah, it's pretty tough. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, when I see, like, in the certain neighborhoods that outside of certain stores, you have people that own not just the 99-cent stores per se. You have what they call bodegas, and a lot of those bodegas are owned by the Arabs, and their kids are walking around here driving like $65,000 cars.
Yeah.
And this is money being taken out of our neighborhoods to support them.
Right.
Yeah, let me address that. So, married black parents, he talks about this a lot. But so essentially, what happens with these foreign groups that come over here, not only do they can get loans from their home countries or their home different organizations, sometimes criminal. I know the Mexicans because I've had personal conversations with some Mexican restaurant owners. They can get loans from some illegal groups, quote unquote.
Wow.
Yeah, but here's the other thing: is because a lot of the products that or sold in some of those stores, they can go directly to the warehouses, the manufacturers, and that's how they're getting the products at a cheaper rate. And because I've actually owned a few retail outlets myself, and so what ends up happening is, as a black independent store, you can't go to that warehouse. You don't have access to it in the same way, and so you're essentially buying products off the shelf as cheap as you can find them, and then you're adding your markup onto that, and so that's how sometimes we are priced higher than what someone who is going directly to the suppliers, because we're actually buying from another retail outlet. That creates a problem.
Oh, got you. I got you. Oh.
Yeah, let me acknowledge Miss Dr. Deborah Jenkins is in the room, and she has a plan to set up a grading system. I want to phrase it properly for or elected black officials, I believe in the federal government, specifically the Congressional Black Caucus. So I wanted to acknowledge that she's here. If she would like to speak at any point, just let me know. So yeah, I'll start. I put a bunch of stuff in the Jumbotron, and most of it is like a lot of recent stuff. But I did a thread on the Contrabands of War. Okay, we got Ms. Deborah Jenkins. I'll let her speak about her initiative that she wants to start. So you got the floor.
For inviting me tonight, and the partnership, hopefully, that we're able to form to develop this report card on the CBC. I think we spend a lot of time as a people criticizing them and complaining about them, and I think rightfully so, because what we are getting as a community as a result of our support for them is often, and it doesn't spread far enough within our communities to make a statement of true work on behalf of the Black community. I shared with Gary that I really want to start with those who are primaried, and that's coming up in June. And so we're going to really hit the ground running in a week or so to start getting this together and pushing out this knowledge, because I think we think loyalty first because they look like us. But if they look like us and we're not receiving anything because of their so-called representation, then they're really just figureheads. They're just to be a salve for the greater Black community, for us to say that, oh, wow, look at how far we've come. But we're not actually coming anywhere if we're not as a whole benefiting from their representation. And so I'm going to try to narrow down what elements of a report card, what it would look like. For instance, many of them have been serving for like many years. I mean, it's ridiculous. And the little that the communities get in return. If they've been there like 10, 20 years, then they should have a really solid record of bills that they have themselves sponsored and those which they are co-sponsors on. And then, so we'll identify those. This is just an overview. We'll identify those, starting with those who are being primary. Doesn't matter how senior or junior they are. And just go from there so that we can have and be informed voters when we're even talking about our own, and also have a document which we are able to go to them and say, this doesn't show that you are representing our communities at all. I came in as you all were discussing the different businesses within our communities. I don't think that, there's a huge trust issue with us, but they have lots of money, these elected officials, that they could actually provide to small business owners, so that we are able to open different types of businesses within our own communities. And not all voters can. The funding is there, but if we're unaware of it as a community, that we can go and ask them to shift some of those funds in our direction, then they're going to continue to do what they've always done, and that's the very minimal. And they'll come to our churches, they'll come to community events, they'll show up, and we'll be happy again to take pictures with them, and we'll still receive nothing in return. And so that's why I think it's very important, and I'm happy to have others join us as we develop this. And it's going to have to move very quickly. So I will get the matrix ready this week. And I'll share it with Gary, and Gary, whomever you think, or if anyone is here who may want to join us in this endeavor, I'm really happy to have you included, because it's a lot of work. There are 58 of them, but they're not 58 who are being primary. But we're going to continue, because November's coming, but also in 2 years, all of them will be up. So I hope that I've somewhat shared what the intent is. And once I have more information and it's a little clearer, I'll definitely share it with Gary this coming week. And I'm here for this conversation. Thank you for allowing me to speak, Gary. I'll leave the mic.
Thank you. So I'm sure you are aware of Marcel for Congress, who is in South Carolina running against Jim Clyburn. I believe, and I don't know where he got the information, if he did it as a part of his campaign, but I know he has a report card on him, and I'm not sure if it's an E or an F. It's probably an F. But if you're not following him, please do follow Marcel for Congress, as well as Black Political Swingers. And the woman who runs that, her name is Samantha. And she is sort of coordinating. At one point, it was 5 reparations candidates. I think they're focused on 3 now, one in California, one in Georgia, and Marcel in South Carolina. So, and then she has a bunch of people, Rella, Alexis, who often comes into our spaces, and just a team of people who are absolutely in that space, and they're so open to helping people, but this would actually more than likely help what they're doing as well. So if you haven't had a chance to follow them, I'll email you or DM you their Twitter handles, and maybe we have a group text or group DM together to just to try to get them, see what their thoughts are or whatever about it.
That's great. I actually interviewed Marcel this past Tuesday. I will share that link for you, to you. It's gotten a lot of views here on Twitter, and it was also on YouTube and on Facebook, where my biggest audience is, but I was quite surprised. I think it's almost at 500 views here on Twitter. So that's really good. I'll share that link with you. The others, please do let me know who they are, and I will try to connect with them as well. Thank you so much.
Okay, awesome, man. Yeah, definitely share that link. I'll post it on my page, and I'll get a chance to watch it this week at work. Because Marcel, we've been, man, really since I've been on Twitter, back and forth, and having private conversations, and then him, just saying, "Hey, I'm gonna run and do my thing." So definitely want to support him. I'm a campaign contributor to his cause, and encourage anybody who's able to help him out, because that's one thing that they always need is money to run their campaigns. We got to support the people who are really trying to support us, and he's one of the few who's very outspoken about Black majority states, and specifically Black majority voter ruled states. So that's why I try to mention him every chance to get in the space, and encourage others. We also have 60s.net in the room, and I encourage everybody to, if they get a chance, to check out that 60s.net platform. So it is a Black-owned, Black American platform, and how Twitter and Facebook and Instagram, they like to suspend our accounts, they like to throttle our accounts, shadow ban us. They do a lot of algorithmic tricks to keep our numbers down. Matter of fact, Judge Joe Brown, who's running for, I believe, the mayor of Memphis, he was in a space a few weeks ago, and really just documenting how he's tracked the fact that he's getting thousands of followers, and they're not showing up on his account, and then he's just not getting the bandwidth, if you will, that he knows he should be getting, just based on information that he's tracking outside of Twitter or whatever. And so it happens, it happens a lot. I've noticed on my account where they have me following different accounts that I don't recognize the people, the account, I'm not in any way, shape, or form associated with the content that they're sharing. So there's a lot of that goes on this app. I don't know about the other ones, because I don't spend a lot of time after Facebook really shadow banned my groups and stopped accepting my ability to advertise on their app or their social media site. I just I still have the account, but I just don't spend a lot of time over there. But I may start advertising on Twitter just to see how it goes, see where it leads, for some of these things that we're going to have coming up.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Black American, Homeland.
Yeah. You were talking about our Black leaders in Congress and in government. What I noticed is this is very hard to explain. I believe because being government, being leader, being Congress and in the Senate is very new for Black Americans, right? And I believe that these Black leaders don't have their experience, or what's the word? They don't, or the knowledge on how to enrich their congressional district. If you notice, a lot of your white senators or your Black congressmen, white congressmen, they know how to bring federal funds to their congressional district. They know how to, you know, if they need money for roads or they need money for schools, and they know how to get that money to their district. And Clyburn, even though he's been there, I don't know how many years, 30 years or more, it seemed like he doesn't know how to get money to his district, or he feels like he can't use his power to get more money to this district because he may feel like his white counterparts might say he's corrupt, because you don't want that.
Yeah, so I posted, and this was, probably a month or more, 2 months ago. Clyburn is corrupt. A lot of these Black politicians are extremely corrupt. The money, they know how to get the money. They have no desire to help Black Americans. They put the money into their own pockets. Clyburn and his family have built a mountain of wealth for themselves. He knows how to get the money. Trust and believe me. He got a private golf course. His brothers are involved in construction contracts in the state. Meanwhile, his district, according to Marcel, is one of the poorest districts in the country. So they know how to get the money. They just get the money for themselves and do for themselves, and their friends and everybody else suffers. That's what's really going on.
Yeah. See, good example. See, these white congressmen, not only do they know how to enrich themselves, but they know how to enrich their family and their friends and the voters in their district. See, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, you're right. It's easier to enrich yourself and your family, but how do you enrich everyone, or as many people as possible in your congressional district? That's the hard thing. That's the hard question, or it's a hard thing to do. And it takes knowledge. It takes a lot of experience to know how to do that.
Well, I think it takes a desire. Number one, I think anything we want to do, we can do. Especially if we wanted to do something for 30 years, I gotta believe someone who's been in that position for 30 years would have figured it out by now. Right. I think obviously we focus on Black majority states. That will make it much easier because you have a team of people who are working together to bring federal funds to the state and grants and things of that nature. So I would be able to accept the fact that there may be some white politicians on the state level, county, local level that may make it difficult. However, even in that, you go to the press, you let the people know that, hey, this is what I'm trying to do. I was trying to bring $20 million to the community, and this specific individual stopped me. As a politician, and again, you're on a federal level, so the state can't really touch you unless you're doing illegal things. They don't have any authority over you, so there's no reason to be afraid of those people. Again, I just believe if he wanted to do something, he could reach out to Black wealth and build public-private partnerships, what they always talk about. There's got to be some athletes who came out of South Carolina, whatever, Black businessmen and entertainers who have some wealth or access to wealth to come together and put together a package or a plan. He just doesn't have the desire or the will to do it. And so that's what the problem with him specifically, that's why he needs to be replaced. But With the other ones, some of them, some of the newer Black Congressional Caucus members, and even some of the older ones, they're not Black Americans. They're diaspora Americans. So their allegiances lie with someone else, not with the Black American community. And they are very vocal and out front about trying to bring federal benefits to their communities. They don't hide it. They got all these organizations. I mean, they're creating their own caucuses within the government. And so they're bold about trying to bring federal funds to their people. The people who represent us, quote unquote, they represent white America, and they're getting more blatant about it. They're getting more bold about it. And that's just the reality of the situation. So a report card on them would be great to help voters who, are not just like voting based on a name just because it's a familiar name. A lot of voting is that, people go into the booth or whatever, and they just see a name that looks familiar and they vote for the person, unfortunately, or they vote all Democrat, which is so insane. And so it's just like these voting habits have got to change in order for, on an integrated national basis for us to have any type of hope or chance on a concentrated majority Black state basis. The whole game changes because we're not voting Democrat or Republican anymore. We're voting for a Black independent political party that we know is going to do for the Black American citizens within that state. So it's this the problem with integration is that it steals away so much opportunity and potential for Black Americans. And we've been stuck in this loop, since the 60s. We got to break out of it because another 60 years of it, and who knows if Black Americans will even exist. And as crazy as that may sound, it's just not, it's not an impossibility that 60 years from now, there are very, very few Black Americans left in this country. Simply because of everything that we've survived, but we're also assimilating on a grand scale, and it seems to be becoming more and more acceptable, in the mainstream society. There was a time where you couldn't have these interracial couples, these interracial commercials, whatever. White society wanted nothing to do with it. Now it seems they're so bent on assimilation and making it the thing to do. Who knows what 50 years of that would produce? Just because the programming is programming young minds into assimilating into white society faster and faster and faster, which is something that we didn't really have to deal with growing up. So, go ahead.
Yeah, well, in 60 years, I believe the Black population will probably be 20 to 25% of the total national population. Now, the white population, they're going to decrease substantially. They by 2080, they might be around 33% of the total population. I mean, that's for a lot of different U.S. Census predictions. They're saying 33% by 2020, 75, 2080. 33%. Yeah. Oh, and a lot of now, a lot of the immigration to the United States is going to be from Africa. Africa is going to have almost 4 billion people by 2100.
So then the question becomes, because we know American census, everybody's Black. There's no disaggregation. So when those projections say that 25% of the country is going to be black. That doesn't mean it's black Americans, right? We already know.
No, that's true. That's true.
Oh, yeah. There's a replacement occurring right now. And it's been occurring. We just are, finally sort of acknowledging it and waking up to it and recognizing it for what it is. But yeah, it's very likely there could be a lot of black people where they just might not be black Americans. You understand? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. That's true. Yeah.
Unfortunate. So to get to the Black American contrabands being the original migrationist, I was coming home last night, and NPR, they had the author of this book about West Ford, who was an enslaved man, who was connected to George Washington's family. There are rumors, there have been the oral record from his family that said that he is a direct descendant of George Washington. And it took the Mount Vernon, I guess this is the George Washington family. It took them like years and decades and even centuries to acknowledge that he may be related to them, but they think maybe he's the son of a brother or an uncle or something like that. But at any rate, this was in 1833, so essentially 30 decades before the Civil War. He was able to establish Gum Springs in Virginia, Fairfax County, Virginia. It is considered the oldest black town. It survived 186 years. This gentleman, West Ford. And I wanted to mention that because if you don't live in that area, you probably may have never heard of it. I know I never heard of it. And then that led me to this thing about this dour slave, which Martha. So when this history is so crazy, man. So Martha Washington, she was a wealthy white woman. She inherited all this property, and unfortunately, black human beings were considered property at that time. So she inherited, 100 and plus whatever black Americans, and George had his own, enslaved black Americans at the time. So when they married at that time, when a white man married a woman, he took possession of her property, quote unquote, in trust, which essentially said he had the power, executive power over it until the day he died, and then it went back into the family's trust. So this is essentially how their wealth. They were very wealthy people, and a lot of the wealth was inside of black American human beings, to be perfectly honest. And we know that black Americans were the wealth of the country. Combined wealth of black Americans enslaved was the wealth of the country. And these weren't Southerners, so they fought on the Union side, whatever, et cetera, or American Revolution. So she was so afraid after George died. She was so afraid because in his will he said, "When I want you to hold on in trust to his person," because he had his own group of black enslaved human beings. He wanted her to hold on to them until she died. But she was so afraid that these human beings who want their freedom would kill her. They had every right to, because she was the only thing standing between them and freedom, essentially. She was so afraid that she eventually gave them freedom, the ones that he owned, but she obviously kept the ones that she owned. And then because Great Britain, these laws go back to Great Britain, man. It's when you start looking into this is really why they don't want us to know this history and understand what was going on. So Great Britain is the one. They're the ones. King of England, Charles, King of England. He's the one who decreed that it says Negro women's children were to serve according to the condition of the mother. So if the mother was enslaved, the children would be enslaved. It created this perpetual slave enslavement of any child that came out of the womb of a Black woman. This was established under British law, and America adopted it, obviously. The other thing, they use the term Indian a lot. And if you look at old census reports where there are records of it, if a person had Indian blood, but they could not determine how much and or if it was pure, et cetera, they were just automatically declared to be a Negro. So they were automatically Black if they couldn't link them to a tribe or whatever the case may be. So there's a lot of people on Twitter who are saying that they are American Indians. They are natives. In my book, I talk about indigenous Black Americans. And so the reality is that while I think the number's 300,000 of us were brought here from, some African area, West Africa, there was an emerging of the people where there were very dark Native Americans here when all of these Spaniards started arriving. They were documented all over the continent, up and down South America, Caribbeans, etc. And so through this merging of people, the people who may have been here and more than likely were here before the Europeans arrived, they just became Negroes. They became Black. And so the British law also established the fact that Negroes, mulattoes, and Indians would be considered real estate, inheritance property. And they said in quotations, not chattels. And so I had to look up, I'm like, what does chattels mean? What do they mean by property? So chattels simply means property that you can move. It's easily movable, like a horse, buggy, whatever, something like that, furniture. Whereas real estate property, which is what this law described these enslaved people as, was more like a land, a piece of land, and or a home, something that could not be moved easily. And so these are where these laws come from, and we got this big reparations movement in the country. Of course, we're focused on America, but it goes further back. And once we achieve this goal of getting reparations from the United States government, all of our energy needs to focus, and to be quite honest, there probably should be a simultaneous movement so that we are, already working towards gaining reparations from the British Crown, like some of these Caribbean islands are starting to do. I think it was Prince and the Prince and Kate. They were in, I want to say it was Jamaica. It was some Caribbean island a couple of weeks ago.
It was Jamaica.
It was Jamaica. Thank you. And so they're, Jamaica, they're saying, look, we demand reparations. They had a scholar who estimated the value of the people there at the time when they gained their independence. And so they're saying, I think it's something like 20 billion. Doesn't sound like a lot to us, to a very small island, based on their GDP and everything else. If they could cancel their debt and then also get that money, it would actually do wonders for, an island, a very small island in the Caribbean. So, yeah, I think there should be a simultaneous movement in these reparation spaces. I know it's so much work. It's so daunting. There's progress being made at the state level. The Congressional Black Caucus, who we need to grade, they sort of pulled this rabbit out of the hat. There was supposed to be some hearings last summer. That never happened. And now, we're getting closer to election season. Now they're putting information out saying, yeah, we got the votes in the House. They're saying they got the votes to pass H.R. 40, which we know is just a study, but it's probably highly unlikely that they got the votes in the Senate. So in my opinion, it looks like, they're just campaigning. They're using it as a campaign, item that they can sort of walk around and say, hey, well, we're just what we're doing. We're getting close to election. We need you to vote for us so that we can get this passed, get this through the House. But it's very unlikely it's going to make it through the Senate. Let's just put it that way. So, and that comes with political maturity and just understanding games that they play. It's a lot of political theater. They manipulate the public to get what they want with the election. I'm really bewildered that Stacey Abrams, essentially made $1 million a year since she lost her election. Now is like a multi-millionaire, and you would think if she becomes governor, her value would continue to escalate. It just seems so crazy that politicians become wealthy in this country like that. It's so bizarre. It just doesn't feel right.
Well, see, we shouldn't be upset that a politician become wealthy, because what I notice, it happens all over the world. I mean, once these politicians, even in the Philippines where I live, where you have the lower level politicians, like barangay captain, that's like one of the lowest elected positions in the Philippines. Those people become wealthy, and so I believe that if you go into politics, you have to understand how to enrich your people in your district, enrich your town, your village, how to get money, how to get federal funds to support your schools, your hospitals, your roads, you have to be versed in all those things. You have to know how to become rich, how to get your community wealthy, not really wealthy, but how to get the best infrastructure in your district. And I believe most Black American politicians do not know how to do that. Because I think it takes years and years of experience and business knowledge and knowing how to negotiate. It takes a lot of that, and I believe our people don't have that.
Yeah, but so, like, because Miss Deborah, or Dr. Deborah, I'm sorry, mentioned the fact that, a lot of these politicians, when you look at them, I mean, there was a lady, she was in Texas. She was in Texas. Yeah. She retired. I think she got 25 to 30 years into her whole thing, and then she decided to retire because she'd been there for so long. I mean, how much do they need? You get, let's say you get your first election off, and then you learn the game, right? Because these are intelligent people. You learn the system after your first term, and then after that, like, you should be doing what other people are doing, or at least learning. They got all these committees. I'm sure they're all trained in education and mentoring that goes on. So I think it's a lack of will. I can't believe that these very intelligent people who keep getting elected over and over and over again are not smart enough to figure it out.
Here's the thing. They know how to figure it out. They just can care less. When you start what their base salary is for them? It's, let's try $178,000 per year. Did you know that? That's exactly what they make per year. They know how to figure this out. They just don't care because they're at the top of the food chain now. So the little people that help them get there means nothing to them now. As they always say, there's a will, there's a way. They just refuse to do it because right now, when they're sitting up there in those seats, they have other people that they have to depend on. That's one. And you owe favors to other people. That's two. So they have to do, like, how would you say, a go around. You can't just say, I'm going to do for my congressional people. You can try, but you have people that you have to pay back first.
You know, I'm gonna give a prime example. The city I live in, it's been gentrified. The neighborhood I grew up in has been gentrified. Right? So, who, you know, it was a black neighborhood, black community. Who was the representative of that community? It was a black man. And I'm sure a lot of these gentrified neighborhoods, communities across the country, because they were majority black areas, they are, you know, legislated over or represented by some black person who figured out a way to let the white, you know, banks and businesses and investors come in, private public partnership, and gentrify these black neighborhoods. So they do know how to figure it out. We just don't figure it out correctly.
Exactly.
Well, go ahead, man.
They have no intentions on helping the community because here's the thing. Once you have money, you have power. They can do these things. They can help legislation to build a new school instead of building prisons or pipelines. That's their job. Once they get to that level, they totally forget about the little man behind them. They're up on the top now. They're trying to get further ahead, not behind themselves.
Well, usually, if you want to be wealthy, the people that support you, you have to get, you know, you got to get them some money as well. That's the only way that you can get more support, that you can get more wealthy if the people below you that are supporting you are getting money as well.
But see, once they already got that support, they don't need the little man anymore. That's the thing you're not getting. It has nothing to do with the little man
now. I've been to 30 different countries. I see what people in other countries do.
Okay.
And I'm comparing to what Black Americans do, and what I see is maybe it's not the Black politician, maybe it's the Black voters that don't know how to exercise what's the word? It's the Black voters that don't know how to exercise the power that the like if I the congressman trying to bring money into the district, maybe the Black voters don't know how to exercise their rights and power to get that money to enrich themselves. I don't know how to say that.
You mean tangibles?
Well, yeah, tangible. Look, if you never had access to tangibles, right?
Yes.
Now you have access to tangible. You probably wouldn't know how to get those tangibles because you never had the opportunity to. You never had access to that tangible before.
But you know what it was? Yeah. Here's the thing. We didn't know how to access that right, to ask for tangibles. Now we are asking for tangibles, and that's the problem in itself.
Let me they're not.
You're breaking up.
Yeah,
you're breaking up a little bit.
Yeah, I think one of them like really good. Got a lot of background noise. Listen, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Good. All right. Awesome. So yeah. So in this particular district, you go to the Black representative's office. He's got a staff. Like they're not alone. It's not just one person. One person doing all the work. They got a staff. They have community meetings. There's Black organizations within the community that are begging for grants. They're begging for education. So we can't blame the people that are voting to put the people in the office. Like, they have an entire system. Like, that's just the facts. That's the reality. I don't know what goes on in other countries, but here in America, these politicians are responsible. It is their duty. That is why they are elected. It's not, I get here, now I can just ignore all the people who put me here. No, that's their duty. That's their job. The sad part, again, I love this idea of a report card, is because they're not doing their job. That's just the bottom line. They're just not doing their job. So, I put this in the Jumbotron. California Democrats introduce a bill to allow non-citizens to become police officers. And I quoted this. I said, look, if Black Americans don't stop voting for the architects of our destruction, sooner or later, there will be nothing left to vote for. This is like the reality of the situation. They want to. That's California. They want to let essentially Mexicans, cartel members, let's be clear, come into their state and become police officers. Like, these are the narcotic traffickers of the planet. That is insane. Like, there's no reality where that makes sense. But this is what the Democrats want to do in the state of California. You can't make that make sense. You know, there's all this news about gangs within the LAPD and the sheriffs and everything else that's going on out there, and now you want a bunch of illegals getting a gun and a badge?
Well, actually, it makes sense in California because the Mexicans are about 50% of California total population. Actually, if you add in illegals, people that don't are undocumented people, I believe the Mexicans are already at least 60% of the California population.
So I'll agree. It makes sense for Mexicans. It don't make sense for Black people. I've been saying it for a long time. Black people need to get the F out of California as quickly as possible. Get those reparations and get out.
I agree.
ASAP. Man, because who knows? I mean, this legislation could be coming from, the Mexican political caucus or whatever's out there, the political wing of the Mexican cartels or La Raza or whatever else out there. Yeah, that's crazy. Like, right. Wow.
Hey, what's the black the congressman that's she's a congressman for LA. I forgot her name. I mean, she's a very powerful Black woman.
Maxine,
but look, this is the thing. She is totally dependent on the Mexicans. And she's going to be out of office pretty soon. The Mexicans are keeping her in office until they can find a strong Mexican representative. But once they find that very strong Mexican representative, Maxine is out of there. She's out.
Man, the writing is on the wall. It's just and oh my God, let me say this word. That analogy of the frog sitting in the boiling pot of water and the temperature slowly increasing, but they don't realize it. You know, I had that visual of the crabs being boiled alive, and they're just loving it. They think, they're in a sauna until the temperature gets so hot that they're done. They're cooked, like quite literally cooked. That's what's going on. Man. Let me go to this Jumbotron thing. So we got our SCOTUS, our Black SCOTUS and everything, and I got a lot of things to say about that, but she made a comment during her acceptance thing, and this was the quote: "I am the dream and hope of the slave." And this was a quote from Maya Angelou, is how she said it. This was a Maya Angelou quote. I thought it was pretty disrespectful, and as intelligent as she is, I mean, she practices law. She's got multiple degrees. She obviously never took the time to understand what the hope and the dream of the slave was. I put it on the back cover of my book when General Sherman met with those 20 black pastors, leaders of the community. 19 of them voted for one thing, and that was separation. It was self-governance. It was education. They wanted to own land, and specifically, they wanted to be free from domination of white men. That's what they wanted. Only one out of 20, voted to basically live within white society. Everybody else wanted to be separated from white society. So for her to use that as a quote at that point in time, and then there's another thing where she said in her family, they went from segregation to the Supreme Court all in one generation. That was disgusting. I get disgusted by the optics of how they try to equate our pain or suffering inside of this one person who has shown no willingness to represent us, as anything more than as some empty representation of a black woman who's been put into this position. But there's really nothing about her life, her cases, anything that says that she's like this black liberation minded, person who's going to now carry the banner of black empowerment. And it's disgusting. We're seeing it in movies. They're talking about someone's producing a movie. I believe it's on Huey P. Newton. They're starting to try to mold and shape our black leaders from the 60s and 70s. The way that they really mischaracterized Martin Luther King Jr. They're just trying to soften them up and make them palatable for white people. It's a rewriting of our history, and it's really, really disturbing is the way I'll put it. And because if you don't intentionally seek out this information, you'll just, you kind of may be a person who just kind of accepts what they present as facts. And you end up with a distorted understanding of how those people felt. Those 70s black liberators, man, they were robbing banks. They were hijacking planes. They were about freedom. Like there was nothing that they were not willing to do to get freedom for Black America. And that story is never going to be told through Hollywood, in that manner. So, I just really, it grinds the gears when I see that and hear that. God bless her, hopefully she'll decide some cases in our favor, which it seems she's never done in her entire career as a judge, but maybe she'll get some new eyes. It's unlikely, but that's that. So I'm gonna reset the room. We're talking about Black American contrabands, the original migrationists. So I did this whole thread earlier this week because I did a thread on freedmen, and freedmen is a Latin word, libertinus, and that word was documented in the Dred Scott case. So Dred Scott, his attorneys, they referenced this freedman term, which is a Roman term. It comes from Justinian law. Justinian was a Roman emperor. He basically consolidated all of these older laws into one uniform code. And freedmen was a term they used and that they had given to former enslaved persons, and this allowed them to have a better life within the society. It wasn't a perfect life, but it gave them some more freedoms. I believe one even became a Roman emperor. But I believe senators, they were not allowed to become senators. Senators had a higher sort of position in Roman society for whatever reason. So this word freedman has this history. It's in the Bible. There was a synagogue of the freedmen. I've been doing some research because for me, words have power. Words are spells, and that's just the reality of it. We got to understand these words, where they come from, the etymology of the words, the origins, to really try to understand what's going on. The United States government understands that very, very well. That's why you see a lot of Latin in a lot of government, writings, etc., because they, the world believes that America is the new Rome, the new Roman Empire. And there may be a lot of truth in that. And so Black American Homeland highlighted the fact that in death, freedmen returned back to being enslaved in Roman society. And I was able to find that and verify that. And I did. I believe I added that to that freedman thread. So we got a condition where the government's using this term that's a Roman term that had very definite meanings because it was a part of their law, and at the end of it all, you become a slave again. That's just the reality of that particular word and the meaning of it.
Yeah, that's why that word scares me. Freedman, it scares me because what you said about the Roman Empire, right? You had slaves, right? Then you had freedmen. Freedmen had a little bit more rights than slaves, and then you had citizens. So the freedmen, they were below citizens and above slaves. Now a freeman can become a citizen, but that's only your exceptional freemen. Only your very exceptional freemen became citizens. So in America, the way I interpret the 14th Amendment is when in July 9th, 1968, when they passed the 14th Amendment was passed, or when they came into what's that word I'm looking for? When they came into to being established on that day, we became citizens of the United States. I believe that our status as freemen were taken away because now we are citizens. We're not freemen. See, this now just my interpretation. I believe that we lost our status as freemen because now we are citizens of the United States. Because freemen, like I said, they only had just a little bit more rights than slaves. But now that we're citizens, now we have the right to own land. We have the right to run for public office. We have the right to vote. We have all these things. Now we're not freemen anymore. That's just my interpretation of the 1868 14th Amendment.
Beautiful. And I didn't even connect those dots. It makes perfect sense based on Roman law. If you look at the meaning of the word and the way that they used it, the fact that in the Dred Scott case, their attorney brought that word up, and that was in like 1857. And then within a few short years later, we're in a civil war, and then this freedman term pops up. And here's what's so interesting, and this is why I brought this contrabands up. Ulysses S. Grant, there's a quote where he's looking at the contrabands of war. That was our new status before we became freedmen.
Mm-hmm.
He said watching them work, and a lot of these contraband camps were solvent. They were self-sustainable. They were growing and actually producing wealth for themselves. He said that this is where the first idea for the Freedmen's Bureau came from out of these contraband camps. These contrabands were the warriors of Black America. They were the ones who said, we're not going to sit and wait on the government. We're going to risk our lives for freedom, and we are going to move wherever we have to move in order to gain our freedom. They were self-emancipating themselves. This is how the U.S. government looked at them. This is how the military generals looked at them, as self-emancipating. So these are the migrationists who were, again, looking for something better, more freedom, looking to escape the South and everything, all the problems with enslavement, of course. But they were not going to let anything stop them. And initially in the Civil War, there was the Fugitive Act, and so they had to return, runaways back to the South. That was how it started. Very quickly, it changed, and it was because of this one general. There were several generals. Like, there was a general who said, "I'm free," and all the Black people in the South are free. President Lincoln rebuked that, came back and said, "No, they are property of the United States." That was his determination of it. And so they were still returning them back to the South until this one particular general, his name is Benjamin Butler, I believe. I'm trying to find that post. But at any rate, he was a lawyer and a general. So he understood U.S. law. He understood President Lincoln's mentality, which was all about the Constitution. He didn't give a fuck about Black Americans at all whatsoever. He was all about maintaining the Constitution of the United States. And so this lawyer, who's a general who had the ability, went against Lincoln and started declaring these runaways as contrabands of war. And a lot of people, because the way we know contraband today, it's like illegal substances and et cetera, et cetera. But that's not what contrabands of war means. It's a very specific designation. It's when a rebel population, which the Confederate was, reaches this belligerent status. And I had a long back and forth thread with somebody about this. Belligerent status is when the globe, the other nations, recognize your territory or your fight against your host country. So the Confederates considered themselves to be a foreign nation. The United States said, no, you're still a part of the United States. You're not a foreign nation. They fought in the international courts, and with Britain and all these other European countries. They didn't want them to recognize them as a foreign nation. And so what ended up happening was these other countries said, okay, well, we won't give them full nation status, but we will recognize them as a belligerent nation. And what that does is it allows a revolutionary country to start buying or to gain credit on the international markets, start getting weapons, start getting food, whatever they need. It gives them this it's sort of like a in-between status. And because they had reached this belligerent status, which Lincoln hated and didn't want to happen, they now could become contrabands of war. And contrabands of war are weapons of war. Literally, quite literally, this is what it meant to call these Black Americans weapons of war. And a lot of these generals stated they didn't want the South to use these Black men against them, Black men, women, and children, even in feeding them, loading their weapon, whatever usage that they would have for them. They didn't want them to use us for that purpose. And so this is where this contrabands of war status comes from. It is, to be quite honest, it is probably the most honorable status you could put on these particular Black Americans. In total, it was roughly around 500,000 of them who fled the South and who established all these contraband camps all over the country. To be perfectly honest, I got a map up here. There were hundreds of them. Some of them, and some of them, very few, but some of them did deteriorate, and some of them turned into, like, essentially, I hate to use the word concentration camps, but they were neglected, and the Union troops, there were white Unionists, and white Unionists were Southerners who fought on the Union side. They are the quote unquote refugees in the Freedmen's Bureau of Refugees. They fought on the Union side, even though they were from the South. But so some of them were abandoned. They were not protected properly. We know about the one in Mississippi, the Devil's Punch Bowl. There's a couple of other ones. One of them was actually an imprisonment camp for Black fugitive soldiers who actually ran away from the battle. But for the most part, many of them became the first Black free villages, Black free towns. Again, they were self-sustainable because they knew how to grow food and everything else like that in order to sustain themselves. They played an intricate part in the success of the Union Army to defeat the South, feeding them, stitching their clothing, et cetera, et cetera. Every possible, today they call it logistics and infrastructure in the Army or some other term. But essentially, they were that during this time. And so, yeah, there's a lot of honor and respect that needs to be paid to this. There's a Contrabands Heritage Foundation that was founded by a Black woman. She passed away about a decade ago, but it is still up. I followed the page. They have a website. They do sort of reenactments and things of that nature. But I just wanted to, get into this history so that we can understand what caused Lincoln, the federal government, to quote unquote emancipate Black America. They did not do it of themselves. They would not have done it of themselves. They quite literally only did it because of these contrabands of war. These Black people forced them to first create this contrabands of war designation, and then Lincoln created a Confiscation Act, number one. Then he created a second Confiscation Act. The first one was to where we're not going to return, we're no longer going to do this Fugitive Act thing. And then the second one gave them sort of a little bit more freedom. And that's what ultimately led to the Emancipation Proclamation. So they were already helping the Union fight these wars as support, and then eventually they became full-on troops. And most of the U.S. colored troops came out of these contraband camps. So these are the warriors. When we want to look to the past for Black American warriors, it is these 500,000 Black Americans who are historical warriors. They led the charge. They went into the battle. They did whatever it was whatever what needed to be done. They did. There are three men. I gotta try to find their names. Here it goes, right here. Three brave souls: James Townsend, Shepard Mallory, and Frank Baker. These were the three men who this Benjamin Butler general, they met with him, and this is what essentially started this Contrabands of War. And because of those three men, like I said, you go up to these levels of freedom that they were basically imparting upon us after we self-emancipated ourselves and pressured and forced them into it. There was also a Black woman who was a servant of the president, of Lincoln's wife. She was a seamstress. And Washington was a real big hotbed. There ended up being like 40,000 contrabands of war, these Black Americans who eventually migrated to Washington, D.C. And she stayed in the president's wife's ear about freeing and providing support to Black Americans. So, it's like some of these people, they, the history, we don't learn it, of course, whatever, they hide it. It is what it is. But we gotta get into this history and learn it and understand it. These were the people. These would be the migrationists today. If we were going to equate ourselves to any other population at any other time in American history, it would be these people. So yeah, I'm glad you guys were here for that. If you get a chance to check into the thread I did, definitely join our group. I'll try to find the link to that or Black majority state migration community that we're building, because our goal is to have 100,000 members. We have received some funds from some members who are already ready, willing, and able to migrate to the state of Delaware. And so by this time next year, when it's the moving season, we want to move into the state of Delaware, into Kent County, and we want to take over Kent County. Last week, Mary Black Parent, he laid out this beautiful explanation of how we go in and we get whatever elected position is up for election, whatever it is, school janitor, if that's an elected position, we get that position and we start, stacking up these wins of elected officials at the lowest levels or the highest levels. And we just move our way up the food chain politically, and we take over this county, we take over these towns. And then we move into Newcastle County, where Wilmington's at. We had Charles, who was in here for a short minute. He was in our spaces a couple weeks ago, and he said, "Hey, brothers, there's a campus. There's an HBCU campus, one in each county." So God bless him for pointing that out. So the HBCU is Delaware State University. And there is a campus in each of the 3 counties. So that gives us a base of operations to center ourselves around, to focus, in on when we move into these counties, and, to connect with the local population, and then just get to work, man. Really, really get to work. So I see we got mouthpieces up here. I'm gonna stop talking for a little bit and open it up to people who want to speak. If I see we got Alexis in here, we got the brother Kalunga in here. We got Dr. Deborah. Now, Alexis, I want you and Ms. Dr. Deborah to connect. She wants to build a report card on the Congressional Black Caucus on each member. She gave a beautiful speech earlier, laying it out. And I know that you are connected to Black political swingers and Rella and a bunch of people. Marcel, she actually interviewed Marcel. I'm sure you're aware of that. So we need some assistance with that to sort of get out a report card on each member. And I do remember Marcel had a report card on Clyburn, and I'm not sure the source of that. I don't know if he created himself or what, but she wants to put that out there. And then we got King of Pain, who is from 6zeros.net. That is a Black platform that I saw the video. I guess the founder posted a video and just really laid it out, explaining how essentially we do a lot of complaining, but we don't support, Black-owned properties, Black-owned platforms. I built blackbar.com about a year ago, and I love the fact that, you know, we got to a certain membership and we had some engagement. It's a beautiful thing. But I am planning to close that down and really focus a lot more attention into this migration movement. And so I'm encouraging my members to go over to Zero.net. I created a profile page. I know a couple of people have gotten back to me and said that they have created pages as well. It's got a really unique aesthetic to it. It's colorful. It's raw. You know, from what I read, they don't censor people over there. So definitely check it out if you get the opportunity. So Black American Homeland, if you got something to say, if Mouthpiece wants something to say, if anybody wants a mic, please step up. Check out the Jumbotron. I got a bunch of information up in there. And I'm gonna take a break.
Okay. Wow, yeah, great. Actually, I did have a question for you, but you want to take a break, so I'll let you take a break. Yeah, it's a beautiful thing. Actually, I just had questions about the contraband. You know, you had white Southerners that were considered refugees. I was wondering, did they have the white Southern refugees and the Black contraband? Did they have them in the same camp, or did they have totally different camps for?
Yeah, that's a really, really good question. So you know, part of the answer is yes, and then of course no. So in a previous thread where I got into like some of the worst lynchings that ever occurred in America, what ended up happening is people were coming up north, and they were white unionists. That was like their official title. These refugees. So because they were Southerners who fought on the Union side, they got this title of white unionists, and yes, they are the refugees in the Freedmen's Bureau. So yeah, they were sort of housed together in separate quarters, of course. And then this is where this money grab comes in when all these white organizations, church-based organizations, started creating these freedmen associations. And because they're white, they you know, they rise up to levels of authority over the Black freedmen's in a lot of these cases. And you know, I haven't done this research, but this is likely where, you know, the theft occurred inside of the Freedmen's Bank, to be perfectly honest, because the Freedmen's Bureau included is, you know, if you look at the whole title, and I'd have to find it. Let me see if I can find it just so I can quote it. But it has freedmen and refugees in the title, and the refugees were these white unionists. So, you know, and last week we talked about you can't let white people get in positions of authority because what do? They think they should be in control, and that's what they do. They take over everything that they're involved in. So yeah, it was called Refugees, Freedmen, and Abandoned Lands. That was the official title. And so yeah, these white unionists and these and some of the freedmen were in some camps up in like the Ohio area and different in Illinois, different places like that. Cairo, Illinois is a place, if you look that up, I did a whole thing about that where they lynched, it was like 10,000 white people who lynched this one Black man, falsely accused, of course, and basically spent a week just brutalizing this Black man's body there. It's very demonic, satanic people. Yeah, it's such a dark history, but yeah, you had that. And so what would happen is these white organizations were vying for money and donations, so that they could, you know, so-called educate the freedmen and the refugees, and they're stealing money left and right. You know, there was a lot of infighting. They were infighting so bad because they had these so-called freedmen associations in almost every state, to where they had to create a national organization just to stop all the infighting that was going on between these groups, trying to jockey for this money, this flood of money that was coming in. They didn't care about the Black Americans. Of course, they were just trying to get paid. I mean, at the end of the day, that's really what it was about. So a lot of Board of Educations come out of that. There's a lot of history that runs through Black America in this country. Like I said, the churches were involved in it, man. This is why when they talk about CRT, and when I was doing some Freedmen research, that CRT, I believe it was like created in I want to say the 70s is like the origins of it. It's been around for some decades. Why it just started getting traction, I'm not entirely certain why that is, but it's been in academia for a very long time. It's simply that they know how satanic the history is. That they just don't want Black children to know and understand, Black adults to know and understand it, because it's likely to cause a lot of really uncomfortable feelings to develop nationwide, and it's something that we need to know. A Black state curriculum, it's got to be there. It's mandatory, because that's one of the ways to educate the population to understand that in order to hold on to the state, you can never let these people get any type of influence or authority at all whatsoever, because this is what they are. They're not going to change. This is who they are. This is what they are. That's just the bottom line of it. And yeah, so yeah, I hope that answers the question. I've got a thread about it. I'll try to send it to you. So there's been some tragic news recently. We had this young Black quarterback. He had some issues in DC, came to Pittsburgh. Tragically, he was involved in a very tragic accident and passed away a few weeks before his 25th birthday. And that's so sad. Like, that really grieves my heart. But here's a story from Virginia. Xavier Hild. When I saw that, it doesn't. I'll have to go back and understand what that is. But he was shot and killed by Virginia State Police. Not this past January, but January of 2021. And I guess this just occurred yesterday. Is his 19-year-old sister was killed in a crash with Virginia police. And so that's like, man, it's like you can't even imagine a family who is going through the trauma of bearing a son and a brother and possibly a father and an uncle and everything else like that. And then, essentially a year later, they lose a daughter to the same group of people. It might be a different police force, whatever, but they're all the same. I mean, I don't see them as any different. But that's just like, man, it's like, how much can one Black family take in this country? The trauma continues, unfortunately. So I just want to, send prayers up to Butler, Claire, and to that family, Xavier family, the Hill family, rather. And, the just what they're dealing with right now is unimaginable. Again, because it seems to be coming from the same source, and no telling if they've gotten justice for their son, how they manufactured that original situation, and certainly how they're going to try to cover this up as no fault of their own. Okay, I got a request. I keep getting a request, but it disappears. Okay, here we go. American. Yeah, we be having connection issues in this space all the time. It just kind of is what it is.
I kind of lost connection.
Yeah, I see. We have it all the time. I got to keep a couple of hosts no matter what. I see a lot of people are getting dropped down. Let's see if I can send some invitations up because I need that co-host. Otherwise, the room will collapse altogether once I start glitching.
Hey, Noah, I do notice most of the different spaces I'm seeing lower amount of people in those spaces. It's like the numbers are getting smaller and smaller every week.
Yeah, maybe because people are able to get out and about a little more. I'm not sure. I know on this, so I have Twitter on my phones. I got two phones. So on this particular, and I got to use the app when I do these spaces. It only shows me people that I'm connected to because I was following 5,000 people, whatever. But I can only see someone who is in a space or a space that's connected to somebody that I'm following, I guess. On my other phone, which I really don't, I'm not on Twitter a lot over there. There's actually a button where it's a spaces button. It's like 4 circles. You click on that, and there's like a whole list of spaces of people that I have no connection to, but I don't have that button here. So I don't know why that is. I don't know how they got it set up. I don't know why on one phone is this way and another phone is different. I don't know if I got to update this, if that's an old version, and this is, I don't know what it is, but I was really shocked. I was like, wow, I didn't realize, because in my mind I'm thinking, there's got to be way more spaces going on than the ones I'm seeing because, there's millions of people on this app. And it turns out there are. I don't know why they don't have a page of spaces where you can just go to it and sort of figure out what you want to get involved in.
Hey, what do you think of the Oregon reparation plan?
Okay, so I don't know if anything new has occurred. When the last time I posted it, I think there was like 3 black legislators that had introduced that. I think a black man was the one who was like the forefront of it. It got stalled in either the House or the Senate in the state legislature, one side or the other. So I think I posted that like a month ago. I want to say, I don't know if it's gone past that since that. I know they wanted to give out like $123,000. But that's a state where the black population is very, very, very minimal because black people weren't allowed to live there for much of their history, and so they don't have like this large black population there. But I believe it was stalled out. I don't know if it's gotten further than that.
Oh yeah, actually, I thought it was passed, and they said that you had to register before the end of the year.
Okay, yeah. If you've got that, I'll write that down and see if I can find that.
And it said that you had to be a resident of Oregon for 2 years before you put in your application. So therefore, if you put your application on the last day, December 31st, 2022, you have to be a resident of Oregon on December 31st, 2020.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I wonder if is it, in other words, are they saying, like, is there a time where it's cut off? So let's say it passed last month. are they saying you had to be in the state by the time it passed so that no new person moving in is eligible? Because I do remember seeing something where someone either posted, it had to be a post where they were saying Black people are going to essentially flood into the state.
So no, the way they did it is when you put in your application, let's say May 1st, 2022, that means you have to be a resident of that state by May 1st, 2020. You have to be a resident for 2 years.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, it's a retroactive look back, but essentially, so what I'm saying is, for instance, let's say I moved in a year ago, right? So I got a year of residency. If I stay another year into the future, 2023, am I now eligible because I've been there for 2 years at that point?
No, you have to, the last day is December 31st, 2022. That means you have to be a resident 2 years before December 31st, 2022.
Okay, then that makes sense. I mean, I don't, yeah, if it's passed, the governor signed off on it, it's in law, then yeah, I mean, congratulations, man. You know, again, it's a state with a very low population. That's the only reason why it was on my, one of my initial maps. You know, I talk about it in a book a little bit, but we know the West Coast is done. I mean, the West Coast is cooked for Black people. So I would say, again, get the reparations. If that's enough to help you migrate out of there, you know, really start considering to get up out of there, is what I would say.
Yeah. Oh, there's another thing. They said over 120,000. I forget the actual number, but over $120,000 a year for 10 years.
Oh, that so that wasn't in that initial information that they passing it out for a decade. They're essentially millionaires.
Now look at this. Now, see, I have to be careful with this information because I'm getting my information from another person, and he's in Oregon, and he's been following the. Matter of fact, he you know, he's a white guy, so I shouldn't really take his information as 100%. You know, but I'm getting most of my information, and matter of fact, most people are getting their information from this one person.
Yeah.
So I guess I need to look at a second, third, fourth, fifth source.
Right. Because when I did that, I mean, that had to be over a month ago. It was an Oregon thread about that reparations package. It was 125,000. I do remember that, and like I said, at that time, they said it was stalled. So if it got out of committee even and got on the floor and they voted for it, they passed it. I mean, that's beautiful. But there was nothing about decades worth of payments. I mean, that's an amazing thing. But yeah, definitely got to do more research on that. Okay, yeah, I'm having a hard time getting my mic on. So people may have heard about this Amazon situation where this Black gentleman was fired by the company. They say an Amazon executive called, his name is Chris Small, is not smart or articulate, and wanted to make him the face of the entire union organizing movement. So Amazon, you know, they're racist. There's all this, you know, people are suing them, Black groups are suing them, all these large tech companies, whatever. And so this Black man, very, very smart, intelligent, and reluctant, didn't really want to be leader, whatever, but, you know, they put him in a position where he didn't have a choice. He's like, okay, you want me to, I'll be the leader of the movement. Had nothing to lose, and ended up installing the very first union in an Amazon anywhere on the planet. So he's getting interviewed all over the place, and what he's saying is now he said he's gotten calls from 50 other warehouses locations around the world who want to create a union. They created a monster essentially, and it's because of their arrogance. They are so arrogant. They don't believe in our ability to get things done, to accomplish great things. And this is why when we talk about, we every once in a while we have people who have a lot of fear and they're like, oh, well, they're going to do this and they're going to do that. And I try to express this fact is no, they're not really going to do anything. And not so much as because they can't, but because they don't believe it's even possible. Like, we could talk about it all day, every day. We could have billboards everywhere. We could start moving in their cognitive dissonance and arrogance of how great they are in comparison to how incapable we are from their, and this is from their perspective. They just don't believe it's possible. And so what will end up happening is we will walk into these states, particularly the state of Delaware. We will take over and they won't even know what hit them. It's just so crazy. And it'll be very similar to this situation, and they'll wake up one day and we'll have all positions of power. And so that's really how I see it coming. And then of course white flight will kick in and they'll be, doing whatever they want to do to either move out or whatever they want to do. But at that point, it won't matter because those will already be in positions of authority. So I just wanted to highlight that, man. Salute that black man, for doing what they thought was impossible, quite literally. He had the will, he had the heart, he executed the plan, and he's reaping the benefits of it now. They should have made him, gave him a raise, put him in a position. That's normally what they do. See, when they think you are a threat, what they do is they give you a higher position, they give you more money so they can control you. They really messed up, but it's a blessing for him. And I've had some family members that's worked at some Amazon warehouses. They talk about how brutal it is. It's like just like in trucking, they think you're a machine. I've read stories where people are taking bathroom breaks standing up or eating standing up, or like just all these crazy stories you hear about what goes on in them warehouses, man. It's really disgusting. 2022, and this is how people are still being treated by these trillionaire company. I mean, this company is if it's not a trillion, it's expected to be at some point. So it's just crazy.
You know what? We're talking about unions now. I cannot name not one black union in the 12 southern states. I can't name one. I don't even think I don't know any black unions in the South.
Yeah, I mean,
Can anyone?
Yeah, can anyone name one? I was a part of a union in the construction trade. It was operators union.
But not a white union.
Yeah, I mean, in my opinion, they're all white. As far as I can't off the top of my head. I mean, now there are some unions that might have some black leadership. But I can't say that there's one that I know of that's just 100% black membership, and with the way they've got the Constitution and, and all of that, I mean, you have the right to have private organizations based on race. I don't know if, and that goes like for social clubs, things of that nature. I don't know if that would extend to an actual union. that's a good question to get some further information on. It's likely that it would be busted up. People with different groups would join. But you would think there'd be like a black teachers union at the very least, especially down south, with all the never heard of them, everything else. Well, that would be a critical. That would be critical infrastructure for black teachers, black nurses, even black truckers. There's a lot of trades that we are involved in where that would give us a lot more power, and increase our earnings for sure if we got organized like that. So that's something to think about. We're talking about black state majority, where we essentially are saying the state, because we control the state, we are going to ensure the benefits are equally distributed throughout our population. But even in a black majority state, it would be very beneficial to have unions, for sure.
And if you look over at New Mexico, believe they're maybe about 55% Hispanic over there. I believe they just passed a free tuition-free college and university. So that the whole idea of getting the black states and then actually enforcing and putting forth policy that will assist us is is a major. It's going to be a major plus, and it's going to be something that we should be shooting for.
Yes, sir. New Mexico, man, 55. The last time I looked it up, I know they were right at the 50% mark. And that's what we talk about is, pre-K through bachelor and or equivalent level education funded through the state, using federal funds, state funds, whatever it takes to make that a reality for our people. Now they could still go to public or private university, but that should be the base level where that's provided for. So it's funny every time I mention what they're going to do out in the Midwest, the mid Mexican states, Western Mexican states. That's the perfect example, because I'm just trying to say to people, if they can do it, we can do it, and we can do it better. We can do more. Like, sometimes you gotta take the examples that exist and just copy and paste. I mean, just do what they do, but just do it better. I mean, at the end of the day. Okay, genealogy is a big topic in a lot of these spaces. There's a woman, Cherie DC. If you ever see her, I know she does genealogy. She holds classes. I think she has a website about it. But I wanted to highlight this because, and I talked about it earlier. This is a black woman. She says, today's genealogy find, my third great granddad listed as native, in quotes, out of Muskogee Territory in Georgia on the 1880 census. Also noteworthy, he's classified as black. And so what and even when you look at the instructions on those censuses, those early ones, it stated very plainly that, again, if you were a native and you did not have, you weren't sort of living with the tribe, or you weren't identified within the tribe, even if they knew you were native, they still were going to classify you as a black person. That's just the way the law was set up. And I mean, we know they did enslave as many Native Americans as they can. We know there was all this intermarriage mingling, intermarriage between not just blacks and natives, but I just read a thing where the Cherokee Nation states that they were so intermarrying with white people that like the bloodline's like a quarter. That's like the maximum Cherokee bloodline is like 25%, because in the beginning they were just like, you know, it was just a lot of cross marriage going on with Cherokees and white people. So you know, my family, great grandmother, was two greats. She was 50% Cherokee. You know, and you know, my family, we've not fought it for membership or anything like that. It's been something that we've known, like that oral history that's sort of been known within our family. My son's mother's family, I think their connection is to I want to say it's the Iroquois out of the New York area, the Mohawks. And I think a lot of us, if we talk to some of the elders in our families, you know, they have some oral history that has a connection to some native tribes, because, I mean, this essentially was their land. They were everywhere. And, you know, it's likely that there was some cross connections there, genetically speaking. So yeah, I just don't understand, because there's some people who just like want to deny that part of our history, and that's just like, man, why would you deny that part? Because it's legitimate, it's real, you know, it's something you cannot deny.
Now there's something, this part of history that I'm embarrassed that I didn't know. You know, I love history. I love international history. I believe I know history, most countries in the world. But I'm embarrassed to say that I did not know that American Indians owned black slaves. I had no idea about that. Or maybe I just didn't want to hear or want to know about it. But I did not know. Now I can see, you know, you said that there were white Indians that were, you know, 25% Indians, 75% white. Now I can see those people owning Indians. I mean, owning black slaves. However, I did not think that there was a tribe of people that own black slaves. I couldn't comprehend that.
Well, yeah, the 5 civilized tribes that were, you know, forced out into Oklahoma, Trail of Tears, which many Black Americans were a part of that. You know, all of their lands were in the south, like south, you know, southern eastern part of America, Georgia, Alabama, right, etc. So it just, if you think about it, you know, all throughout history, all over the planet, for that fact, when different populations come into close contact with each other, regardless of their status, to be perfectly honest, there is this intermingling that occurs just because of proximity, you know, and whatever the power structure is. You know, you had George Washington. We know he's fathered interracial children. You know what I mean? Even though he had a wife and she had kids and whatever else was going on, it's just the reality of that situation. Some claim that while it's like in situations where you had a Black man who gained his freedom and then he went back and purchased his family members and held them in quote unquote slavery, you know, but it wasn't the same in that sense. Like he would, like in many of those instances, people will say they were trying to free them from white bondage. They had a much better existence, quote unquote. But, you know, again, we'd have to really dig deep to understand if there were journals, what that history really was about. There are a lot of these journals that Black Americans either wrote or had transcribed, because there were investigators, students, college, whatever. They would go down there and they would interview people and just get their testimony. They wanted to have records. You know, white people are really, it's so crazy. They've been really good about detailing a lot of this history, and a lot of this information sits in colleges and universities. It's just sitting there waiting for us to discover it and read through it and get an understanding of it. Someone, I think it might be called the Slave Narratives or something like that. I think this is this big repository that's online of a lot of, direct testimony, if you will, from a lot of our ancestors. And it probably was captured like after the Civil War or somewhere in that general time frame. There might be some earlier stuff out there, but yeah, man, because even back then, even though they weren't allowed to read and write, many people did know how to read and write. Many people learned how to read and write, and we learned about that language that was created so that they could speak to each other, and that outsiders wouldn't understand what they were talking about. So we got FBA Ray, and I know I hear him in spaces all the time. I know he's got a lot to say. We're talking about Black American contrabands of war, how they were the original migrators. They were the original warriors for Black America. They led the charge in self-emancipating themselves, forced the United States military first to free them and give them this new legal status, and then ultimately pressured the federal government into different levels of emancipation until the Emancipation Proclamation was signed into law. So yeah, man, if you'd like to speak, please jump in.
No doubt. What's up, bro? How you doing, Black?
Good. Glad to see you here.
All right. Both of you and the co-host, no doubt. Yo, I see also you got New York, Philadelphia, New York, New Jersey. You know you left I'm a New York dude, but you left out Miami in there, bro. You got to put Miami and them Seminoles down there, bro. That's my family. That's where my family came from, you know?
Yeah, so because we focus on Delaware, our goal, and not just our goal, we are going to establish Black majority rule over the state of Delaware. And so we put those cities up there because that's where we feel we'll get the most people from. Because it's just so close to Delaware. It's, people can travel back home for the weekend or whatever they want to do. But we need 300,000 Black Americans to move to Delaware so that we can take over the state politically, every political office within the state, and we can establish a permanent Black majority state in the state of Delaware. So that's why we got these three areas up there.
Okay, yeah. No doubt. I had talked about that before in the Secure the Tribe before. Like, that's dope, man. I mean, I talked to you about I was in a room with you guys before while you were breaking that down. I totally dig that. I mean, and you're right. That's probably the easiest place more than anywhere. Delaware is small, but it's right there. It's in a great place. It definitely is, between Washington D.C. and New York and all that. The Amtrak is right here. You can be in and out of everywhere. Take care of your business down there.
Yeah. I remember your voice now. Yeah. Like now, I talk about the 8-state southern region. I talk about North Carolina, Tennessee, Arkansas, South Carolina, Georgia, Mississippi, Alabama, Louisiana. I talk about those places. Now, you mentioned Florida. Florida is the toughest state to take supermajority population.
No, you're right. You're absolutely right about that. You know what, bro?
That's a very popular state. It's everybody. I get so many requests for Florida to be part of the Black American homeland.
Yeah, so, no, you definitely right about that. And there's too many races there. You're definitely right about that. Now, when I just came in late, bro, and you had an interesting title up there, and I was reading, and I was like, I got New York. I was like, you can't not have my people from Miami, because they go hard. Like, they really, you know, my grandfather, they were from South Georgia, and they migrated down there. They actually developed and built up what's now downtown Miami and all that, you know? So I kind of came in late, and I just saw the thing up there. It sounded interesting. But yeah, I definitely remember that was great conversation that you had about the Delaware thing. I'm in that, man. I would rent a space or something out there, definitely.
Yeah, man. Salute to the Seminoles. You know, we were just talking about how there is this intermingling of Black Americans with Native tribes inside the country. When many people do their genealogy, they'll be surprised to see that. You know, I just stated that my great grandmother was 50% Cherokee. And so, you know, this is a reality of our experience here, is that it's very likely, and I wrote this in my book, that we are indigenous to this land, as well as we were brought over here in small numbers. I think 300,000 is the estimate, and that America, in their laws, in their census, plainly stated that if they could not connect a Native person to their tribe, they just declared them to be a Negro. They declared them to be Black. So you have all of these things coming together to where, you know, I was just stating, like, it's just odd to me that someone would try to deny that. It's just the reality of our existence here. So yeah, man, we salute the Seminoles. We salute all our people. You know, in the book I wrote, I acknowledged a few Black tribes at the time, and I'd have to open up the pages to see exactly which tribes they were, but there are actually, you can just Google Black tribes, Black American tribes, the whole Wikipedia page about it.
Yo, Black, you could go into my followers and find the girl Crystal. You know what I'm saying? I don't know whatever's going on with them and some of the people who secure the tribe. I'm saying she's still good she's a card-carrying Indian, bro. She identifies as, you know, as being Black, but she's a card-carrying Indian. I got my paperwork. I put my paperwork in for First Nation when I was in Canada. I was up there and everything. Like, it's not really that hard as you think. It's even easier in Canada, for real. So I have Indian. I got like 100% off the reservation, like 2 grandmothers and a grandfather, like 3 people that I found so far. She's real good at finding all the information.
Yeah, I heard her speak. She's powerful. There was a post recently, and this, I think this goes back, but they interviewed Flavor Flav, and I don't know if it was Vlad or wherever it was at, but he, I guess at some point, used to wear a headdress, a Native American headdress. And he was like, man, I was getting all this flack from the Native Americans, but then he went into his lineage of how he's you know, had this direct connection to a tribe, you know. And most people would never connect that. They would just, like, their version of reality that we've been fed would not have allowed for that. You know what I mean? So it's unfortunate.
Black, what area do you live in, bro? What area you live in?
Yeah, I'm born and raised in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, Steel City. You know what I mean? So I'm about, yeah, I'm like 5 hours from Delaware. If I had, you know, I'm a truck driver, so I'm driving 12 hours a day, 5 days a week. You know, if in my younger years, I would be able to drive up to Delaware on the weekends and come back, but I just can't do that at this point. I try to save up all my energy so I'm safe on the road, but I can't wait to get out there.
keep me posted. Send anything in my DM, bro. Like I'm definitely interested in that. Like I think that's a real good idea. I was gonna tell you, I thought you were closer to probably like Jersey or something. I don't know why in my mind I keep thinking you from Jersey because you guys, well, your homeboy's from Philly that was talking about doing this. So he lives outside of Philly. I remember him saying that. Right in Long Island, I got a cousin that lives on a reservation right there in Long Island, bro. It's nothing. Definitely, everybody wants to check their genealogy, man. It's not as hard as what you think, and we are connected. I don't even see slavery in my family yet. And they were living in South Georgia. My grandfather owned like 100 acres. Then he went to Miami, owned part of downtown Miami. So it's definitely, they had it shaking and popping. I mean, they was doing their thing, And then the 1900s hit, and Jim, Willie, whatever was it, Jim Crow and all that, man. And it kind of, we still trying to get back from all that.
Exactly. Man. Power, salute. That the gentleman from Philly, married black parents. I'ma send you. We created a community. It's all about this topic. So if you want to, just become a member to that, I really just focus information in there, and we go back and forth in that little community. So, thank Twitter opened up this gate so that we can actually, focus information, and we'll see how it goes in that.
God, I appreciate it. I always see you sticking your head in the different rooms, listening.
Man, you know what? I look, because I'm driving, and so it's like, do I want to listen to the radio, which is like sports talk or politics, or do I want to, hear from my people? So I do jump in, and I don't speak a lot unless I can add something to it. And often I've just really understood that if I just listen and vibe and gain some information, man, that's much better than me even adding to the conversation, because I agree with most of what's being said. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, when you're in truck, bro, I'm a Teamster too. I was a Teamster with the railroad. I'm still dealing with transportation, but man, when you're working in transportation, bro, it's like, it's like a shot in the arm. The conversation keeps you awake, keeps you moving. You ain't got to tell me I know, bro.
Yep, exactly. I mean, sometimes my little mic don't want to come on, but yeah, that's it, man. And like I'm working 3 to 3. I was working 5 to 5, and that, man, and that's like 5 p.m. to 5 a.m. So it was hard to stay up for that. It's a little bit better now, but right around 1 a.m. I start dozing a little bit, and so yeah, some of them late night conversations be really entertaining, but also, it gives me little ideas, things I want to research, and actually, more than likely, this Contrabands of War really probably was inspired by one of those tribe, Twitter spaces, just the conversation. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, and this Contrabands of War, this is something that really need to really dig down on and understand, because these were the warriors. This was the warrior class of our people, for sure.
I'm gonna have to DM you too about the trucking situation, bro, because I'm gonna talk to you about that, man. I got my CDL thing and all that, and really ain't do nothing with it. I gotta holler at you.
Yeah, anytime. Man, speaking of that, man, if this thing will let me get to the Jumbotron, I did post in the community about Walmart. So Walmart's going crazy. They need drivers so bad.
100,000, right?
It's like 110 with an $8,000 sign-on bonus. But even outside of that, they're starting to take warehouse workers and train them in the truck. They're going to do a 12-week training program. For somebody out of the warehouse, they're probably making like 30 grand, you know, and they're going to triple their value if they, you know, pass the little training program they got set up. So, and there is, so I did my research in Delaware, Smyrna, Delaware. There's a Walmart warehouse and they are hiring. So I'm gonna sort of keep my eye out on that, and I may put in an application like 4 to 6 months down the road and try to get pre-approved for a position with them out there.
Now, yo, keep me posted about that too, bro. That's interesting. You said Smyrna, okay. Nah, I definitely keep that in mind, bro. I'm trying to, sooner or later, I'm gonna get out of New York, man. This is too much. It's getting, you know, you heard the conversations before. It's too much, man. This is like, it's like living in Africa, man.
Yeah, I heard, man. I heard, and I mentioned that earlier when I'm in these spaces. People in New York and New Jersey, that's what they be talking about. The gentrification, getting pushed out. Yeah.
All jokes aside, I invite y'all to look at property in Oklahoma, places like Muskogee and stuff like that. Boley, Oklahoma, relatively cheap houses out here. We'll be living in the middle of nowhere, but you could still.
Oklahoma City. You got like 3 blacks in here, like Oklahoma City.
Yeah, well, you got Dale City. You got Durant is black. You go a little farther away, and then you got Lawton. There's an Air Force Base, Tinker. A lot of black people there. But I'm gonna warn you, it's not. I mean, obviously, it ain't New York.
Been out there before, bro. Like I'm gonna tell you for real, bro. Like I was surprised. I'm gonna tell you something. I was out there. I had my son with me after I had broke up with my wife. We were on our way out west. We stopped out there for a couple of days and relaxed on the way driving to California. Yo, it was nice. I liked Oklahoma City, bro. It was kind of cool out there. It was people real down to earth, laid back. They were cool brothers out there, for real. Very, you know, welcome. And I guess coming from the East Coast, I you know, that was a memorable stop. And I stopped there on my way back.
Well, looking at our demographic, that probably fits the bill. I'm sorry.
No, I want to ask you a question. Let me just acknowledge that we got a couple people in the room. We got our man from 6zeros.net. I don't know if you've ever heard of this platform. It's a black-owned platform. The brother's serious about giving us a space to talk. And so if you have not ever heard of 6zeros.net, please check that out. It is uncensored. It is for Black Americans, and I grabbed a membership there. And then we got Dr. Deborah in the room, and she wants to create a report card to grade our congressional Black Congress people, and so she's going to be developing that, in the future there. So I just want to acknowledge these two people who are in the room, and if you get a chance to follow them, like I said, jump on 6zeros.net. Dr. Deborah's going to be looking for assistance with that. And I think she says she's going to roll it out within a week or so, maybe a couple of weeks. So be on the lookout for that as well. And then my question for Black Soviet, I believe is the name. So I had Oklahoma on the Black State of America map. I know the history. I know about Benjamin Papp, who's one of the first to move into the state. And Oklahoma, I think it's E.P. McCabe, had really advocated for it to become a Black state. But there was that recent McGirt decision in which essentially, a half and or a third of the state is now officially recognized as Native American territory. How does that affect Black Americans when, this state is essentially torn in half now?
the McGirt ruling really only affect Creek, if I'm not mistaken, Creek, not Cherokee, Muskogee Creek Nation, excuse me. So Tulsa is now Muskogee Creek Nation in its entirety. We have Osage County, where I live, and really the best way you can find this out is which casinos are on what property. So, for instance, where I stay, it's the Osage Creek Nation, and in Tulsa County, that's the Muskogee Creek Nation. And they have their own casino. They have the River Spirit, and then the Osage have the Osage Casino, and then the Hard Rock, I think, which is way out by Claremore, is Cherokee Nation. They own that casino. So essentially, what happened with the McGirt ruling was a guy. It's a little touchy subject. There was a gentleman, and I won't even call him that. He had raped some children, and while he was in prison, they found out that he was Native American, and that they had made the mistake of, because what happens is if you commit the crime, I think that you're supposed to be tried through the tribal commissions of whatever sovereign nation you're with. You guys might want to look this up, but from my understanding, what happened was he had committed this crime. It was heinous in the act. He said he was Native American. They looked up all his documentation. He had his cards and everything. He was registered, and the feds couldn't go after him at that point, and the state had to drop his case. And then it made a big deal about, well, and once again, that I'm going to give that example, the casino. So before the McGirt ruling, if you committed a crime on, even though it's in Tulsa, the casino at the time, even though it was regulated by TPD and the Tulsa Sheriff's Department, if you committed a crime on casino territory, which would be whatever natives that owned that, right? They would have you go all the way to Muskogee to get tried. So let's say you sold drugs. You don't get tried by the state of Oklahoma. You get tried by the Muskogee Tribal Commission. So what happened or council, excuse me. What happened was with that McGirt ruling, that happened. So now if you commit a crime here in Tulsa, you either go through their tribe or you go through the feds. So the only way you can go through their tribe, the other thing is that you have to have Native American blood. Otherwise, it goes to a Fed case. That's really the only thing that affects Black folk. But the majority, and a lot of people get mad, they go, you pretendians. The majority of Black folk here anyway got their tribal card. And you can tell because the area I live in, everybody's got different license plates. They don't have the regular Oklahoma license plate. They got the tribal license plate. But yeah, that's really the only thing that affects us out of that.
Interesting.
You said everybody gotta go through the You saying basically y'all gotta go straight to the federal agencies because it's all considered Indian.
If you're not a Native American, you go straight to the feds. The state can't try you. They can't charge you. It's weird. And then the feds, they got a 99.9% conviction rate. There's no way to win.
Right. The feds are monsters. Yeah, so here's the problem for us as Black Americans. And again, in this space, we talk about establishing Black majority voter rule over these states so that we become the state. We are the governor, we're the legislators, we're the courts, we're the police. In a state like that, which is extremely unique, that means that as Black Americans, there's these large areas of the state where we have no jurisdiction. So that's why I took it off of our map as an overflow state, simply because that situation creates a major problem for Black Americans who don't have this tribal. And I don't know, can you talk as far as, are there any Black leadership within these tribes in that state?
No, they're not.
Yeah.
Can I comment on some of that, please?
Yeah.
I really think we need to be suing these tribes especially I have Cherokee in me, but I don't acknowledge it. I acknowledge that I'm a black man and I'm black first. Because that's just on my birth certificate and everything else. Yeah, I know that I got that in my lineage, but it was a byproduct of slavery. So like I don't really acknowledge it like that. I accept it for what it is. There's other people that need to be on code with that, and they need to be suing the crap out of these tribes that are not giving us our recognition, and also they need to be suing them for that land. That's what they need to be doing because we're in the sue happy country, and we need to be sue happy. It's very grotesque and sick that the Cherokee Nation outdid a lot of their black membership in the early 2000s and was recording it and did a whole bunch of other things, and they need to pay for that. They need to pay for that respectfully. So that's just my stance, and I want to bring that into the group because I think we do need to be gearing up and suing these individuals, make them feel the pain.
Well, they ended up. I know what you're talking about. They overturned that maybe about 5 or 10 years ago. The freedmen that were that had respectfully claimed to Native American heritage, and the only ones to really kind of were the Cherokees. Wow, that's what's going on?
Yeah, we got a phone
block, man.
Oh, I was like, whoa.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead. You can finish.
And I forgot what somebody asked me. So no, there isn't. 90% of those guys, and here's a funny story. So I worked at one of the casinos for the Muskogee Creek Nation here in Tulsa, the River Spirit Casino. And all the chiefs, even outside of that, I was told, it was me and another black dude that was working there. And I remember we were in the back, and like, if any of you guys have been in the military, they got the Sergeant Major, Marine Corps, all that, got everybody's face up on the wall. So that's the way they got it at the casino break room. They got the picture of all the guys that, are the chief and et cetera, down to the executive chief, to chief, blah, right? All these motherfuckers, white people. All of them. White people. I mean, I'm talking about, ain't no way. You the chief? Ain't no way. There's no way. There's literally no, if you will, the quote unquote people of color representation, and especially not our people representing any of these nations. And the funny thing is we here in and probably in other states too, like Arizona and New Mexico, I wouldn't be surprised. But you'll see these infomercials come on our local news stations, on the stations that are like the CBSs or whatever. So around when we have our local news, you'll see commercials from these tribes that are here in Oklahoma. And they'll say, hey, we don't want to lose our language. And you'll see the mongoloid kind of, I hate using that term, the Asiatic looking, or the Asian looking, I won't use the word Asiatic, Asian looking Native Americans, right? And then the teachers and the other people are all white people. So they have like these class things that we don't want to lose our language, we don't want to lose our culture. Same thing with the powwows. When I was a kid and I would go to the powwows at Zinc Ranch, it was all the Asian looking, dark skinned Native Americans. Now if you go, it's like primarily white people. And it's the funniest shit ever. It just looks really weird. It's some real deal $5 pretendians going on here in Oklahoma.
I don't understand. I mean, really, like what you would expect by trying to sue them, bro, because you got to remember the reason that we not a part of the tribe and all of it, because a lot of us, we wasn't signing no treaties that was BS and all that, man. Like, and you got to look at the 1770 slave codes, like in South Carolina, when you see what they deemed is now a slave was the darker Indians, mulattoes, Negroes. They didn't say nothing about Africans because we really, you are the indigenous people from here. you know, and they tricked us, and they, you know, if you have no ties to the land, then it could be taken from you, bro. So it is what it is. Like, I wouldn't sit around worrying about so much that. Like, if you can get any benefits on paper from it, sure. But, you know, when I was in Canada and I visited some of the Indian nations out there, and I looked around and I was like, yo, they got them people. They're all heroin addicts. They laying on the ground with needles in their arm. Like, I was like, this is Canada, North America. Like, wow. Like, they treat them, some of the prettiest girls you probably ever seen in your life. Like, the racism up there is so bad because they look like what you would perceive as a Puerto Rican girl or something like that, and they killing themselves because there's just no life for them because racism is so bad they can't do nothing else. That's how bad it is in Canada, bro. Especially, like, if you drive your truck, bro, and you've been out like the midwestern part of Canada and all that, it's crazy. The stuff I saw out there, man. I mean, they can have it.
Man, that's sad. So I came across an article, man, and I'm trying to find it, but it essentially said that the race mixing in the Cherokee Nation was so crazy that they estimate that only 25% of that Cherokee blood remains inside of the population. So that's probably why they tend to look as white as they are, because they just been diluting, you know, their race, essentially.
In Canada, all you gotta do is take the DNA. So I'm like 45% Native American. Like, you know, this is nothing that me and my relatives didn't already know. They were, but it's not, you know, South Georgia, Cherokee, Indian, and all that too. Like that Seminole, you know, Seminole was a mix of Indians that got together. So it's not really like what Cherokees was, but it's not hard for you to, it's easier for you to prove it with them. But at the end of the day, man, like, I don't know what you might expect if we could get something out of it, maybe with reparations and how they declassify us and all that, and change us up, bro. I mean, it's just good for us to know our lineage and where we come from, man. That's the best thing about it.
Yeah, I also wanted to, man, I agree with that. And then, so with the Cherokee Nation, I put that up in the Jumbotron. They, I guess about a year ago, and this may be pressure from the federal government, I don't know where it comes from, but they did start saying, hey, we want all the Black Freedmen, Cherokee members to start, you know, coming back into the fold. It was a Yahoo News story where they were essentially saying, yeah, come on back in. It's Cherokee Freedmen History Project or something of that nature. And so, again, I don't know if this is pressure from the government, because I know Maxine Waters played some role in pressuring, and I don't know if they were Cherokees or what it was, but pressuring a tribe to acknowledge Black freedmen and give them the benefits, because it was like healthcare related benefits. So she did step up in that particular area. So, Mr. Engagement.
Thanks, big brother. Thank you for allowing me to speak. A little bit about me. I live in Connecticut, and I live in between both the Mohegan Sun and the Foxwoods, or the Foxwoods Casino. I worked at both of them. And one thing I noticed about them, and there's no difference between them, and how they approach business and how they approach racism in their organization. They have a very anti-Black view towards Black American people. So I don't have no love lost with these people like that. I only got love for people who went through chattel slavery and all that other stuff. Everybody else, they got to hold their own nuts. Based on my experience and close proximity, going to school with them, it's just how they treat brothers and sisters, and especially when they became more economically successful, they didn't go want to partner up with Black American people. They distanced themselves away from them. So, like, brothers and sisters, I really ain't got no love lost for them like that. Now, I'm sorry to come at it so blunt and so rude like that. It's just my experiences with them.
Well, I mean, I didn't mean to cut him, but can I just say this? Like, I didn't mean to cut him. I'm sorry, Black. Yo,
I ended. You can go ahead and speak, brother.
No, I was gonna say, listen, the term that you're using, you're not offending anybody, because let me just say this, like, you gotta remember something. India's only been a country for since 1940. They were using the term calling us Indians when they first came here, and we're indigenous to America. But that would make us American Indians. Native Americans is something totally else. If you understand what I'm saying, we belong to the north and southeastern woodland tribes. People are, black people. That's the out west. Those people, they came here later on. They're not what you're talking about. The Mongoloid looking people, they are not with. They don't have any kind of bloodline, anything like that. Then when you do your research, you'll see all the other tribes. There were other black tribes in California and all that too. I mean, there's a good brother called Turtle. Was it Turtle Gang? New NYC. He's actually is kind of probably a distant cousin of mine. He belongs to a tribe that went from Virginia all the way to New Jersey, and they had been going there for like 300. They've been going there for hundreds of years. But when you look back, these, they classified first as black and Negro, and they were declassified from Indian. Like, that's why I said check out the slave codes, and you'll see it. You'll never see nothing about African in there. I'm not saying they didn't bring Africans over here, the ones that are documented, like the Genchi and stuff like that. But we was already here, bro.
Sorry about that. I lost service.
Oh, you're good. You're good. Man, so this is back to the topic about the contrabands of war. I just want to read this quote real quick. It says, in all, more than 185,000 black American soldiers, 92,000 from the South, 30,000 sailors, and 400,000 free black and enslaved civilians risked their lives in the Civil War. These were the contrabands of war. These were the migrationists. These were the people who were willing to risk it all in order to help free the rest of the country. And when we focus in on a black migration, and we are really, really focused on Delaware, it is quote unquote the easiest, it's the smallest, it's the one that makes the most sense. It's the Diamond State, it's the first state. It sits right smack dab in the center of NYC and Washington, D.C. D.C. is the political power base of the planet. NYC is the financial power base of the planet, and we in Delaware sits right smack dab in the middle of it. So it really is a place where we can establish a black power base for black Americans, for our future generations, so that we can put all of this education, all of this history into our curriculum, so that we can educate our entire population, so no one's walking around unaware, unknowing, so that this whole CRT argument, so that our entire education curriculum becomes CRT essentially, so that our children, our great-grandchildren, their great-grandchildren will know and understand our enemy, what they are capable of, what they have done, how they have harmed us. And through state, county, local, and federal representation, real representation, black agenda, we can really, really, really go after the people who have harmed us. That includes, you know, tribes, federal government, state government, etc., whatever the case may be. And not only that, there's so much of this information, even the information we've been talking about native tribes, that's sitting somewhere. It's more than likely either sitting in state government records somewhere or sitting in some college records somewhere that is just waiting for us to discover. So yeah, I mean, you know, that's why we talk about this. This is our plan. This is what we're working towards, and everything that affects us as a people really can be solved as best as it can be solved when we start taking over these states. The brother who's in Connecticut, Delaware is not that far away from you. So I certainly hope that you know can really connect with this information and start thinking in that direction, because Delaware is the state that we absolutely will take over first. That is the plan. There's this lieutenant governor in North Carolina. He is a Republican. He had this viral video going around about the two genders. You may have seen it. He's a pastor, preacher. He's like one of those old fiery preachers. He's totally anti-abortion. You know, I'm not going to say it sucks that he's a Republican, because the truth about it is a lot of Black Americans socially, we tend to be more conservative than, you know, white society gives us credit for. We are a conservative people. You know, we got that church history and everything. And I know some people have positive and negative things about that, but it's just a part of who we are. You know, both parties, detrimental, destructive to Black Americans. If he was a Democrat, he probably would be our enemy. As a Republican, he's more than likely our enemy. But this man speaks truth to power, and you can't do that in a Democrat party for a long time. You know, they will set up opponents against you if you are Black and you speak this level of truth. So I wanted to highlight him, because this is the type of human being who, if he was empowered in a Black majority state, I mean, as a governor, this personality, much like Marcel, you know, salute Marcel, much like his personality, that's really what we need. We need a fiery, you know, an unapologetic man or woman, for that matter, that speaks truth and doesn't, you know, do the politically correct thing, doesn't give a damn about these white parties. Mr. Engagement.
I have a question. Like, I looking at Judge Joe Brown. I know that you mentioned the other brother. I know he's running in Tennessee. It's not the area that you're speaking about, but I like even some of the older Black people that has a track record and that is speaking truth to power as well. Those are names that I feel like that are solidified, that have earned that type of respect because of the work and the stuff that they've done in the Black community, and still what they're doing in the Black community. I just don't want to bypass. I know that a lot of us in the space, we do have a deep bias towards old niggas, and we have a understanding about that, but not. I'm gonna say that there are percentages like Judge Joe Brown that's out there that's doing the work.
Yeah, I got his thing, newstoter.com. I put him in a jumbotron. Yeah, so he is running for mayor of Memphis, and I've heard him say that in spaces, but I guess he's made it official here. And they say Black Americans need a man with heart, courage, integrity, and masculinity. Amen to that. To hold office. Predominantly Black city of Memphis. So that is who they have in that post right there.
Black, you know, you sounded kind of crazy, right?
Say that again.
You know, you sounded kind of strange, right? It's like check your mic.
Okay. Let's see. Sometimes it's the speakers that hear that Black American Homeland. You still around? Are you getting me good, or do I need to drop out?
I'm here.
Yeah. Or am I coming through clear for you? Sometimes it's the speakers.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay. Anybody else having an issue? Sometimes with the way these rooms are set up, the speakers have a problem hearing other speakers. Because I can drop out and come back in. I got a co-host here. Okay. I don't know. So I'm gonna try to keep going. If it becomes a problem again, please acknowledge that again, and then we'll try to do something. I can always jump out and jump back in if I have to. I'm just looking at this jumbotron. I try to hit all the current events that have occurred throughout the weeks and to go along with the topic, but I know we got fatigue from this pandemic and everything that's been going on around that. I don't try to give anybody medical advice at all whatsoever. Do what you think is best for yourself and your family. But, over there where the thing seems to have started from, they got like a couple 100 million people on lockdown. And I mean lockdown, like when it started 2 years ago. So when that happened 2 years ago, within a few months, we started experiencing it and seeing it over here. I believe I was driving Uber at the time on my days off, and I believe I was one of the early, people who got it. Picking up Asians from the airport or whatever. And it lasted about a week. I got through it, and then have been fine ever since. So, this may be something that's coming. It's something we, should keep our eyes on, keep our ears open about it, because they are really in panic mode. And it's so crazy. We got this whole global G20 and all this crap, supposedly where they, we got all these products coming from China back and forth, blah, blah, blah. But they were not able to produce a vaccine. Now, I didn't take the vaccine here, man. I'm just not taking their vaccine, but for whatever reason, they weren't able to produce one, and this is why they're having to shut down these large cities with cities with 26 million people plus over there. And when the orange dictator was in power, he quickly moved to shut the country down. We got Jim Crow Joe. That's not likely to happen this time around. All this travel back and forth. They want to try to eliminate as much people off the planet as possible. This is well documented information, and so this is something as you just got to keep your eyes and ears to the ground when it comes to that situation. Mr. Engagement.
I'm glad that you brought about the vaccines and traveling and stuff. I definitely would. I just came back like 3 weeks ago from going from Canada. It's to the level with the vaccine that is more like your passport nowadays. You won't even get access to certain countries if you don't have the vaccine. And I find that very kind of problematic within itself. Just something for us to be aware about, even to the north of us in Canada, because that's where I was at. They're checking people's medical history, records, everything. So I find that kind of overreaching a little bit. Get where I'm going at.
Yeah. I just want to know what was the qualifications when you went over. I just want to know.
The qualifications that went over is that they want to make sure that you have your COVID shot. That was one of them. And I think the majority of the people that are in Canada have their shots or have some type of form of treatment with quote unquote, and I'm using that loosely. I don't agree with the vaccine, brothers and sisters. And that's something I would not want to push on my own people. I feel like that's a personal choice. And on top of that, the reason why I took it was because I was forced economically. Outside of that, I wouldn't been really invested or interested in it. But they do want to make sure that you have your passport, as in your vaccine passport with the dates in which you had your vaccines, and they want to have you to have your booster, like in Canada. Like, it's kind of absurd. And they want to test you when you come in, and then they want to test you when you come out. And they will screen you in the process as well. So it's very stringent. I say it's more stringent leaving the United States than actually coming into the United States.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you to do, because we got a speaker who's out of the country, didn't want to come here because of the country they're in has the same level of restrictions to get out and get back in. But I don't know if the U.S. has that for people to come in, right? It's a little bit easier.
It's easier to come in, but it's easier. It's like hell to get out. Like, the paperwork that I had to fill out for me to go to Canada for my leadership training and stuff, I felt was kind of invasive. I personally didn't like it, but it comes with the territory, I guess, from what I'm doing. So it is what it is. But I wouldn't go out and advocate for my community or other Black people to do what I've done. I'm just going to say that straight out flat.
Yeah, actually, I live in Southeast Asia, the Philippines, and I took my shots in the United States. And for me to go back to the Philippines, I had to take my shots first. And then now leaving the Philippines, well, I was sick a few days ago for the past week, and I couldn't leave the Philippines because if your temperature is over a certain level, they will quarantine you for 5 to 10 days. So I didn't want that happening. So I did not leave the United States. I was actually supposed to go to a convention in Miami on Tuesday.
Yeah, I heard about that convention on the news. They said it's the biggest one of that type or whatever. And so I heard that. Yeah. Yeah, that's, man. So that's So my situation was I got a religious exemption from a former employer. That was back when they thought that mandate would hold for the what was it, like 500 or more employees or whatever that was. And then when I switched to a different company, they just don't. It already was gone. There's no mandate, whatever. So I've kind of been lucky career-wise, even though I was in the health field for much of that initial 2 years. I wear a mask. I wash my hands multiple times a day, and thankfully I haven't had an issue. But yeah, it's a personal decision, 100%. It's just a matter of just being aware of what's going on. There's so much information swirling around about it, and this long COVID is a thing, and who knows what the effects are going to be 5-10 years down the road from everything. But I guess we'll just have to wait and see on it.
Hey, Greg, did you mention that you said China doesn't have their own COVID-19 vaccine?
Yeah, I believe that was the issue, is that they weren't able to develop it.
They do. They was actually the first country to have their own vaccine, because my kids in the Philippines, they took Sinovac. Sinovac is the main Chinese COVID-19 vaccine, and they donated like millions and millions and millions of doses to the Philippines. So my kids took the Sinovac vaccine.
Okay, so then what is the issue? Was it ineffective? Like, what is the reason that they're locking down to, like, literally the population of the United States, damn near half of it at least, now? Was it effective, or what was the issue with it?
So, I was reading about that for the past 2 weeks. well, basically, yeah, their countries like, I don't know, maybe 80-90% vaccinated, but they had to shut down the city of, I think it was either Shanghai or Shenzhen. And because I don't understand why they have an increase of COVID-19, but I'm not quite sure why. But yeah, they had to shut down the city.
Yes.
I have a guess why, because they started back up international travel in China in those communities, and I know that there are still bans, but they are traveling between Africa and they are traveling to the Western world, which is us as well. So like they are moving around and they're back moving around, because I know the business classes are moving around and doing certain things.
Okay, could also this BA2 strain, could that be resistant to the, their initial, vaccine that they put out?
That could be a possibility, because the Sinovac was known to be maybe weaker than the what's the main vaccine in the United States? I forget the name.
Pfizer.
Yeah, Pfizer. See, I took the Pfizer vaccine, so the Sinovac is weaker than the Pfizer or the Moderna vaccine.
Okay, because it started with Shanghai, but the thing that I just posted says it's 193 million people that are locked down. So it's got, I don't know, in China that could be 4 cities or whatever. There's so many people in cities, but it's a lot more people now.
Yeah. 193 million, that's only, 12%, 13% of the population. They have 1.4 billion people in that country.
Yeah, that's thinking about that, and not only that, they gotta feed those people. There are some reports that people are hungry. I don't know if they're starving, but there's, I think they said they got 500,000 people just to feed those people in the one city. So that's
look,
logistically crazy.
In the Philippines during the lockdown, what they were doing is they was actually delivering food to our house, which I found very interesting. But you had to have a what they call it, you had to have a quarantine card that said that only one person out of the household can go to buy medicine or grocery or gas. Then they had to immediately go back home. That's what happened back in May, June, July, August, September of 2021.
Yeah. Wow, that's, man, and I believe that's what they're, I don't even know if they're allowed to leave the house, but yeah, everything's being delivered directly to them while they stay inside their apartments or homes or whatever the case may be, is what I'm getting online.
Right.
Speaking about food, man, this is a good opportunity to bring this up, because this gets us back to Black majority state. Is that in this country, 30 to 40% of the U.S. food supply is thrown away every year. I don't think most people know that or understand that that's the case. And it's mainly from retail outlets like restaurants and grocery stores. If they don't sell it, there's this whole thing about the ugly food where they just wouldn't even put it on the shelf. But then there's this whole thing where if it doesn't get sold, they just throw it away. And I remember seeing these little pharmacies like the CVS and Walgreens where people would dumpster dive, and because, on whatever day of the week it was, they just would throw out all this food, like, snacks, candy, whatever, because it had reached this quote unquote expiration date. And so in a Black state, man, we can crack down on that. Like, no, you're not throwing away this food, man. We got homeless people. We got people that need this food, whatever the case may be. We're going to repurpose this, and we're going to find people who are throwing away food. That's crazy to me.
Well, you know what they're doing? They're using that as a tax write-off. Well, that's why they're gonna throw away the food. I mean, to that's part of their business plan, throwing away expirated, I can't pronounce the word, products.
Yes, so that means that either if that's a federal tax break, which I mean I get because I've had businesses. I have a business now. Normally on the state level, you don't get a whole lot of taxes back anyway, so it doesn't really matter that much on the state level. Federal level, if it's the federal level law that allows them to get that tax break, the state can still fine them for wasting food. I mean, you just make it a law that you can't just throw away food, period. I mean, we got people that are hungry that need this food. I mean, really, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I get what you're saying, but there needs to be an institution to house that. You're dealing with somebody. I sit on the board of a meal center, a meal center that was established by Black folks in New London. Those are some of the issues that I have experienced, but the other major issue is when we set up these type of institutions, we have to make sure that people don't undermine them, and then on top of that it stays in the population and that it grows with the population. There's people that would don't see the value of the meal center and try to shut it down because they feel like it perpetuates the idea of poverty, and that might not be the ideal case. And some people like to eat in a community type of setting or whatever, but that's here nor there. I think that we do need to build an institution to house the food and then ask for the food. That's just my only rebut to add to that conversation.
No, yeah, I agree. Whether it's some office within the state or a public-private partnership, I followed them because I heard the story again on NPR. I listen to a lot of NPR. It's called Gooder, and it's a Black woman. I think she's an investor. But for whatever reason, she saw this need, and she really she built this whole organization behind it. Gooder is the name of it. GOODR. I think it's the Gooder app where they collect this food in their just like I said, fast food restaurant. I remember when I worked. I mean, this is years ago, decades ago, when I worked at Chick-fil-A in Georgia, and we would cook. We would cook extra food just so we could take it home, right? That's what you do when you work at a fast food restaurant. But a lot of that stuff would just go to waste. I mean, that's just the reality of it. If it wasn't bought, they couldn't save it and serve it the next day, so they would just throw it away. And then I worked in another state where they had like a Meals on Wheels or something like that would come and pick up the food every night or whatever, so that they can feed people who needed to eat. You know what I mean? And so I think it's a policy, like you said, some sort of infrastructure, whether it's through the Black church or whatever it is, some organization that we can fund and set up and support to make sure that this food is not just going to waste, because we're going to have hungry people. I mean, it's just the reality of life.
Hey, Gray, I'm gonna give you a good example. In the Philippines, they banned secondhand clothing. The reason is, back in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, all these different church organizations used to donate millions and millions of pounds of clothing to the Philippines and to Thailand and Vietnam and places like that. But what happens is when that's done, the local clothing manufacturer, they go out of business because the local population is not buying the new clothes. They're buying the used clothing. So the Philippines had to ban people or organization bringing in donating used clothes to the Philippines.
That is interesting. I saw I think it was YouTube, Yeah, there's a YouTube video of these African countries, and I don't know which one it is, but it's a similar situation. They're essentially dumping all of this clothing
Correct.
in this community, and they, it's like landfills of this clothing, and the locals, when they see each other, if there's another African wearing these American secondhand clothes that you're describing, they call it dead white people's clothes. That's what they call it. So that's an interesting situation where people over here thinking they're doing good, and then it's creating problems for other people.
That's correct.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. We may have talked about this before. I'm gonna bring it up again. This is a Black American-owned car manufacturer. His name is Mims Motors USA. I believe we had a gentleman in one of our spaces who talked about this, but the founder's name is Eric Mims. It's an electric vehicle, and in this picture, he's sitting in front of this beautiful black SUV. It's a gorgeous car. And so I don't know, what his whole thing is. Obviously he's got a car, so he's definitely far along. I don't know what the production schedule is, if you can order or whatever, but this is something where a black majority state could wrap their arms around this particular company and say, look, we want to build your cars, we want to build the batteries, we want all the infrastructure, and we'll do everything to ensure that you reach success, and not just here locally or regionally, but globally. We'll go to Congress and fight for you, so you can get your cars around the planet. So I wanted to highlight that guy if you've never seen him or heard him before. The power of the state, man, is really, it's something that we've never had, and I can't say it's infinite. Nothing on the planet's infinite, but it's certainly much better than what our situation is today. That's for sure. And then this is another thing. So there was a guy who had posted. He's a financial guy. He talked about how we're not in a position where we can boycott white America institutions, and it's true. It's facts. It's all facts. I posted about it in the past a lot, because even with our quote unquote $2 trillion earning power, most of that goes to housing, food, shelter, etc. So we really are not in a position where we could boycott anything out of existence anymore, because not only are they diversified in America, but a lot of these corporations are global corporations. So it's a thing where I see every once in a while people spring up and even I say, let's boycott this, let's boycott that, but it's not like the 60s anymore. We're just not in a position to where we could really effectuate any real change through a boycott. The GDP in this country is somewhere around, I know it's north of 25 trillion. It might be 29 trillion. It's headed to 30 trillion annually. But I read where a guy, an economist said, it's crazy to look at the GDP as an example of the wealth of the country. So there is this thing where they did an evaluation on the country, and this is like land and buildings, just everything, where these economists came up with this. And it sounds crazy, but this is something that they do. Like this is based on the 1 quarter of 2014. So these people know how much the country is worth. And this probably has a lot to do with central banking. This probably has a lot to do with, these China buying U.S. debt and other countries buying our debt. Essentially, they operate like a corporation. They have to know their net worth, their value, their gross, et cetera, et cetera. So this was in 2014. They said the assets of the United States, or at least 269.6 trillion.
Yeah, I'll agree to say 300 trillion. Yeah.
And that was 2014. So we're headed towards $300 trillion valuation as a nation. And that's adding up all of the assets of the country. So, you know, can they afford to pay reparations? Absolutely. It's unquestionable, without a doubt. Even subtracting all of the debts of the country, back then in this quarter, they still had a net worth of 123.8 trillion, nearly 124 trillion of net value. So these are the facts and figures that they use when they're selling, you know, U.S. bonds and U.S. debt to these foreign nations or hedge fund managers or whatever. You know what I mean? So something I never thought about. But when I was thinking about these boycotts and how really ineffective they will be against the country as a whole, you know, it took me down that path, and I wanted to share that information so people just kind of have an understanding of what we're dealing with. You know, not only did they print 80% of the money that was ever printed was printed during this pandemic, you know, during that so-called stimulus package. More money than it has ever been printed in the history of the country was printed then. It's just like they can manipulate the currency as much as they want, however they want, whenever they want. Like, there's just really, for that situation, there's kind of no limit to it. So we gotta, you know, we gotta mature past thinking we can boycott the country, a state, a city into submission. It's just not really a reality anymore for us, you know, and for any population for that matter. They just work around it.
You know, there's other countries trying to print their way out of COVID-19, like the United States, but those countries are experiencing inflation, like hyperinflation. So it seemed like, to me, there's only 2 or 3 countries in this world that can print money, that can print any amount of money that they want to print, and that is China, United States, and there's one more country, maybe Germany. Those probably the only 3 countries that can print money.
And Germany, as because it operates as the lead financial country in the European Union, right?
Correct.
Right. Okay, FBA Ray, you're up.
I was gonna say, damn, hold on 1 second, bro. Hold on 1 second. I'm sorry.
So I came across this post, and I post stuff like this all the time, but it was a good chance to rehash this information. This poster said Black people should focus more on getting jobs the white power structure fights to keep us from getting. Black teachers, Black doctors, Black lawyers, Black principals, Black plumbers, Black farmers, Black welders, Black engineers, Black pilots, Black construction. I mean, that list is endless. If you know, we think about it, we put the word Black in front of it. Black majority state governance produces not only the educational system that produces all of these professionals, but it also creates the environment where they can be successful. And then the most important layer is they can protect those professionals once they achieve that status. Now, we have every expert in every field that we need right now today to produce and to maintain and to govern and manage a Black majority state. They already exist. We just don't have the protection that the state would give us, so that there would not be another, you know, Black Wall Street, Tulsa, Oklahoma, or whatever the case may be. Mr. Engagement.
Thanks, brother. I got a couple of comments to that. I know I'm a major fan of the Back to South strategy. So I'm not going to say anything to like discredit it or undermine it, but I do want to make a suggestion. I think that we need to pick a state that's strategic in that manner, that we can. I heard you mention Delaware, which seems like a very strategic location, but we want to also pick a state that's small but also big, that also could control some type of military aspect, the National Guard. Like, we have to really do our homework on each one of these states and find out what do they have to offer and find out which are the best ones per se.
Yeah, absolutely. So Delaware has it currently has a National Guard for the Army branch, and then it has a Air Force base, I believe, National Guard. Now, with what we were taught, and the gentleman was in the room, he's not in here anymore, is that and that's a National Guard function, so they kind of do, they're under the command of the president in certain situations. The governor and the president, they kind of share command over National Guard troops. However, there is the ability to have a state militia, a state military, and that is under the command of the governor, solely under the command of the governor. And so we believe Delaware, we can institute a state military. I'll let Black American Homeland go, but
that's good. I'm a security dude. I've been working in the security game, private security, for over 10 plus years. That makes logical sense, and that's where I was more or less getting at, because I don't want us to rely per se on the government for our defense until we get ourselves solidified. I think that will be a way for them to undermine what we're trying to do.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we move into the state, we take over towns, which we're going to take over the local police. We take over cities, we take over the local police. We take over the county, we take over the county police. So we're moving up, not just politically, but also over the armed forces within the state. And ultimately, once we get the governorship, and I believe that state military, it's a voluntary military force. So, and not only that, we encourage Black American gun clubs. There is one in the state already. I want to say it's that NAAGC.
NAGA?
Yeah, NAGA. I think they have a branch in there. It's been a while since I posted about that. But I think there's two national Black gun clubs, and it's one or the other that actually has a branch there now. So yeah, FBA Ray, you had your hand up if you wanted to add, and then Black American Homeland, if you want to add something to that.
Yeah, I was going to ask you something earlier about when you were saying about his boycott, but I was going to ask you, what's your opinion effectively if all of us just stay home or take off a day? You know what I mean? Remember the tactics we used to use like that back in the day? Like, do you think that stuff is still effective these days or what? Everybody Black and the allies with us to not go to work? What do you think? How do you think that would go?
Yeah, I've seen that, like a work holiday. I've seen some of that, posted in different places. It would have to be hyper focused on, like, really, honestly, in my opinion, in one city. Maybe it might have some effect. I just don't see it having a national effect at all, not even statewide, because, again, on the federal level, they just print money. They just print money. I don't know if they have insurance to cover losses. Maybe if we did one day, they could just put that into an insurance claim. I just don't. It would have to be sustained. The thing about the civil rights movement was, obviously it wasn't just one day. I mean, it was years. Like those people who didn't ride the bus, they didn't ride the bus for like a year or more. So it takes this long, sustained effort, and that's the part where I think it would be, very, very difficult for us to sustain something long enough to where it would actually have the effect that we hope it would have. One day is probably not enough.
And we was on code back then too. You got that right.
Yeah, we were on code. We had Yeah, we had attorneys. We were on code. We were fighting at almost every level in every sector of society all at once at the same time. And it produced this huge like tidal wave, all at once. But yeah, just like, if we said there's this one company, whatever that company was, we're just not going to buy from that company ever again. We might be able to effectuate a company, but that company would have to already be really dependent upon us, for like 50% of their income or something high like that, to where we could essentially shut them down. But I just don't see it happening on like a large scale. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh, let me ask you this: how about when you had mentioned lawyers? Are the lawyers on deck that you have with this already, or?
That's a really good question.
We have a few.
Go ahead.
I was saying we have a few, Alexis, a few other lawyers that have been in the space, but yeah, we need hundreds of thousands of lawyers that believes in this concept. We do need. I mean, of course, we need millions of Black Americans to believe in this concept. So we do have a long way to go.
Yeah, he's right. We've had attorneys in the space, and most that come in, they agree. I mean, they know the law, they understand it, so they're like, yeah, man, that's exactly what we need to do. I think everything is about proving that we can take over the first town, proving we could take over the first city, which would be Dover, proving we could take over the county. So it's just like these Black American contrabands of war. The United States government, these generals, the president, whatever, they weren't going to create these laws unless they were pressured into it. Just like the civil rights movement, everything that happened, just like this reparations movement, everything that's happening is because we are focused, we are pressuring, we are applying pressure. And so it's the same way with this. It's like we know Black investment is going to come pouring into the state. Black like you said, Black attorneys, Black doctors. I mean, all these professional organizations, the Black church. It'll be a situation where people will try to get out in front of it once they see it happening, because they got the pulpit, if you will. They are Black celebrities. They'll try to get out in front of it and say, "Hey, I'm the voice of this," and we got to be wary of those types, to be perfectly honest, because we know how those types move. We know their agenda. Their agenda is self-focused. But outside of them, once we start taking over things, I believe our people will step up for sure.
Actually, I wanted to address the question to the other person, but I see he's not in the room.
Yeah, go for it. I don't know if he got bounced out, because I see some people are dropping down and they might be getting bounced out, so yeah, definitely.
Well, yeah, he mentioned about targeting certain states, and I just wanted to say that my concept of Black American Homeland is is targeting 8 states. That we need a region of states so we can be let's say 45 to 50 million people. We are a large region of states, and we can protect ourselves from influence from other big states like Texas, Florida, or Virginia, or wherever like that, or the federal government. That's why I say a region of states, a continuous region of states, because I feel like we have to. It's almost like the Confederate States. For the Confederate States to survive, it wasn't just one Confederate state. It was like 12, 13 Confederate states that worked together. They had the same laws, they had the same black codes that manage or that limited black people. So I feel like, so my idea is sort of kind of what's that word I'm looking for? Using the Confederate States strategy of a region of states working together to influence the federal laws, because we won't be able to do it as one state or two states or three states. It had to be at least several states that will give us power on the federal level. The 8 states of the region has over 80 electoral college votes, 45 to 50 million people, 8 governors, 16 senators, over 66 congressmen. A total, we did a total, the 8 states budget, I can't remember now, but I think it's like 600 billion in budget, including federal government transfer. So the bigger we are, I think we can have more power on the federal level. That's the Black American homeland.
Agreed. I think when I added up the 8 states on the Black State of America, I think it was north of like $750 billion.
Okay.
So yeah, I mean you're like 3/4 of a trillion in terms of putting these budgets together. Now that's not how states operate, but obviously you're just saying as an associate,
combined. Yeah,
combined. Right, and because there are these associations of governors all across the country. There's a Republican association, there's a Democrat association, there's Northwest, Southeast. There used to be a Southeast, but the last time I checked, they had disbanded. But certainly we would want to have an association of Black majority state governors that can work together, come together, and coordinate activity, for the benefit of their Black citizens, for sure. So yeah, absolutely. I want to highlight this because 9/11, some people know, some people don't know, some people believe, some people don't believe. But the reality of the situation was right before 9/11, there was to be this global conference, and the Taliban had taken over Afghanistan, and they shut down the cultivation of poppy, which is where 90+% of the heroin on the planet comes from. And so very shortly after that, all of a sudden, we gotta send our troops into Afghanistan. 9/11 occurs. They send troops over to Iraq and Afghanistan, and we spend 20 years plus there, $20 trillion, and likely much more than that. And they were cultivating heroin the whole time. Our troops, there are multiple pictures of our troops on the ground protecting these heroin poppy fields. And we see in the country the opioid epidemic, which is the result of that, of our government and their agents bringing heroin over to this country in whatever way, shape, and form that they do. Now it's fentanyl. They say it's coming from Mexico. They say it's coming from China. The Taliban has got control again, and they just announced that they are banning the cultivation of poppy once again. When they first took control, when the United States Biden said, okay, we're leaving Afghanistan, we're giving control over to the Taliban, and the debacle of them leaving the country the way that they did, I posted, I said, okay, here we go. Now, one of two things has occurred. Either they've gotten these seeds and they have an alternate growing plan somewhere on the planet in warehouses or whatever the case may be, wherever they're going to grow it, manufacture it, because they know, and they knew within a very short period of time, the Taliban was going to cut the production. That's what they do. So in my mind, I'm like, man, they got to have some alternate plan already set up. That's got to be on the agenda. And or because we got this prescription level heroin, we got fentanyl, they're essentially moving the plan from heroin over to fentanyl and or these prescription opioids. to profit from, because that's essentially what they've used it for profiting and to destroy people's lives. I mean, it is what it is. If this country didn't want it here, I don't believe it would be here. They want it to be here. They've always wanted it to be here. So I don't know if anybody has any thoughts on that as it relates to, because now what we see in the news, they're talking about how Black Americans are now becoming the face of this opioid epidemic, how it's affecting Black Americans more than white Americans. These are the headlines. You know, we never really saw that until the past few weeks, where they're going to shift it over to us. So, yeah, absolutely. And it's like, wow, because it's the deaths. So just to make that clear, it's the number of deaths or increasing in the Black population. So, yeah. You know, it's a global economy when it comes to these drugs and the murder that comes from it, with the cartels and everything in American streets. All of it is connected. So I don't know exactly what the plan was coming out of Afghanistan. Maybe they shift to fentanyl, prescription opioids, whatever. But I just, something inside of me says they're growing that stuff somewhere in a warehouse somewhere. You know, and they're not going to let them like eradicate that plant. They had it down. Matter of fact, right before 9/11, I believe what I remember, it was 3% of the crop was left right before, you know, the 9/11 thing, and then they said, "Oh, we're going into Afghanistan." They had almost wiped it off the planet, essentially. So, you know, a Black state like this is crucial for the success of a Black American majority state. Is we have got to clamp down hard. We have got to create a purge of drug dealing and gang activity. It is mandatory. I grew up selling drugs, carrying guns, involved in the street activity. It is mandatory that it is eliminated from our population. And they will do everything they can, as they have always done. We talked about liquor stores in every neighborhood. You know, they flooded our communities with drugs. They essentially programmed our young minds to believe gangs were cool, selling drugs were cool. We've been dealing with that since the late 80s, as this is the cool thing to do. You know, this is what's popular. This is how you, the bad boy, thug boy mentality that they've been pushing on our population. You've got to break that cycle once and for all. You know, at the state, county, and local level, working together to keep that away from our population. And that means, to be quite honest, we're going to be up against the federal government, because, you know, the federal government, through whatever arm, they're the ones that bring it in. Let's be very clear about it. They're the ones that allow it to come in, that have facilitated this drug economy around the planet. So, yeah, that's very, very important. Legalize marijuana and all, associated products, hemp, CBD, whatever the case may be. You mentioned how Virginia had control over the liquor system. Pennsylvania's like that. New Hampshire's like that. I posted a thing in the Delaware thread. I think 18 states have a state monopoly on liquor. I believe it's something that we should really consider. In New Hampshire, they say it's like the majority of the money that comes into the state comes in through alcohol sales. So I think it's something that we should certainly consider as well, and maybe even possibly tobacco as well as a state monopoly. So yeah, absolutely. But in terms of, cocaine, heroin, whatever else they come up with. We gotta crack down hard on those particular items. Sure. And you say so you're in the Philippines. I know Duarte. I don't know if Duarte's still around in power. He was talking about cutting people's hands off, locking people up left and right like crazy. Is it still crazy like over there?
He didn't personally kill anybody, but the police and the state, the government police, they have killed hundreds of thousands of drug dealers. Probably 300,000 people have died in the Philippines since he took office in 2016.
Man, I mean, obviously I don't want that for our people. However, we round them up, deport them, tell them don't come back. You come back, you're gonna get locked up. I mean, that's what's got to be. We got.
I'm gonna tell you how it works. Just like everything, there's corruption, right? And what's going on is that the lower level people are getting killed. The higher level people, the big money, those are the ones that beat. They beat their charges. They pay off the courts, they pay off the police, they pay off the politicians. So the higher up you are, you're gonna beat the system. The higher up you are, the more money that what's that word, that you control, drugs that you control. You're gonna have the government supporting you. So guess what? I kind of see that happening in the super majority black state. Was what I think is going to happen, because I've seen it in other countries. The higher ups in government, you're going to have your low level drug dealers, you're going to have your mid level and your high level. Your high level drug kingpins, they're going to be protected. Your low level drug dealers, those are the ones that are going to go to prison. They're going to get killed and things like that. But they do. I think there's going to be an understanding that there has to be some type of high level control of these drugs. So they're going to try to control it. And I think the main thing they're going to try to do is to eliminate most of the violence. They want to get the violence out of, because I think this is what happened in China, Japan, the Philippines, Thailand. They try to take the violence out of the drug trade. And if you can take the violence out of the drug trade, then it can be tolerable. I think that's how some of them think. I know this is just my opinion. I know a lot of people don't agree with this, but this is just what I observe in other countries.
Yeah, so like some of the South American countries where they call them narco states, Panama, Colombia, etc. Mexico, many parts of Mexico are literally controlled by the cartel. Like the cartel has more power than the governors or whatever, the so-called elected position is in those particular areas of the country. And we know the CIA, FBI, all these alphabet organizations, that's how they operate. So as you're saying, yes, they would like to corrupt some high-level politicians because they want to keep our community drugged, doped up, on a path to incarceration and or death in some way, shape, or form. So we know that element is certainly going to exist, and we gotta, not only do we got to elect and get black agenda, black first politicians who are uncorruptible, we got to have hyper transparency, and we got to have recall elections. We got to have the ability to keep track of people's personal finances. You see what I'm saying? Like, we got to have a society to where even if the temptation is there, you're going to get caught really, really fast, and you're going to be held to the same standard as a regular citizen. So if a state politician is found to be involved in some way, shape, or form, they're going to be incarcerated, and they should face more time. It's difficult on the federal elected officials because they really don't, they're not beholden to the state. So the state senators, U.S. rep, if eventually there's two, that's a federal jurisdictional type of situation. And I haven't looked deep enough into that to know if the state could actually charge them. Now, if you got enough evidence, obviously you could take that to the federal courts and try to produce the results that you're looking for. But I think knowing that the federal government is the one that's trying to push this stuff into our community, that may become difficult. But again, if you got the evidence, you got the evidence. You put it in the papers. You let everybody know what reality is and force their hand. But yeah, hyper transparency is how you eliminate the ability for elected officials, people who are in positions of authority. That's how you eliminate their ability to operate under the cover of darkness, if you will, because that's how most of it is. It's secret, it's private meetings, et cetera, et cetera. So yeah, I mean, if you become an elected official, your life is wide open, and we can investigate at any point in time. It's like being a truck driver. You're subject to drug testing at the drop. Like whenever, if they say you got to go for a drug test, you got to go for a drug test. It's got to be something on that level where we can do an audit anytime we feel necessary. And if people got to sign waivers for that or whatever we got to do, we got to create a society that eliminates the possibility of it. And we have the harshest penalties possible for those who try it. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Look, I agree. I also see this, right. I understand what you were saying about them bringing drugs into the community, but also I'm also thinking the opposite direction too, meaning that the black politicians and the criminal organization working together to keep the drugs out of the region, out of this supermajority black state, and and uh, and just making sure the drugs are distribution of drugs in the other region, and try to keep it out of the South. I mean, I know that that's going to be very hard, but I can see it going both ways. Can you see that? Do you understand what I'm trying to say? The criminal organization and the government politicians working together to try to, well, they know drugs is coming in, but they're going to try to limit the drugs in the South and try to distribute the drug outside of the region.
I agree 1,000%. That's where you do the catch and release, like deporting, these gang members and or drug dealers. You say, look, whoever you work for, tell them Delaware is off limits. This state's off limits. Don't come back here. If you come back here, we're gonna slam the book at you. That type of thing. Now, if you're saying our politicians are going to meet directly with some gang leader, drug dealer leader type of, I don't think that would happen necessarily. It may be police enforcement who have to have that conversation. But again, if you are arresting and incarcerating people, and I mean they call them football numbers, for a reason. You handing out major, massive sentences to people, they're going to figure it out really, really quick. You know what I'm saying? Like they're going to know the word will spread really, really fast.
Right. That's right. Yeah. But I do understand that when it comes to criminal organization, the criminal organization is dependent on the politician and the police and the court system. That's the only way that they can survive, is that they have to, you can say, cooperate or bribe or whatever you want to call it, but they're gonna find a way to survive. I'm talking about the big people, only the big people, not the small people. Only the big people gonna find a way to survive in whatever system they happen to be in.
Well, look, so to take what you're saying and just my experience, back like I said, I was a teenager, and things that I witnessed. What you have is these mid-level dealers. They get arrested, and what the police do is they say, "Look, you can go to jail or you can work for us." Like, just very, very blatant like that. You can go to jail, you can work for us. And so what they do is they say, "I'm not going to jail, I'm going to work for you." And they start setting up transactions, and obviously they got undercover cops to do the same thing, but they start setting up drug deals. So, and this is something I thought about earlier this week. Like, how could you run a 2-year-long investigation, right? Because you're trying to arrest as many people as you can, as they say, Operation Sweep or whatever they call it. But you're going to allow drugs to be distributed throughout the community for 2 years before you make an arrest. To me, that's not only is that entrapment, but it's complicit. You are quite literally complicit in the distribution and manufacture of these drugs into our communities. If it takes you 2 years to figure out who you can arrest. You see what I'm saying? So that's a part of the so-called drug enforcement system. And in most of those cases, when you're talking about these mid-level, upper-level dealers, it takes them 2 years to build the so-called federal case. So that's got to stop. I mean, it's got to be, look, this person is trafficking, whatever, arrest them, charge them, get them off the streets. Like, if you can identify who the leaders are, arrest them, charge them, get them off the streets. Don't participate for 2 years in a quote-unquote investigation where they're distributing like tons of drugs into the community and then go to arrest them. You understand? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the way the laws work in this country. It's pretty insane, and nobody cares. No, I don't know if people even understand that that's how it works. But if you look at a situation where they have this press conference, they got drugs and guns on the table, they got a poster with like 100 people's faces on it, and they're like, "Yeah, we cleaned up the streets, we got all these drug dealers off the streets." But if you read into it, they'll say, "Yeah, we've been doing this investigation for like a year or two," and it's like, you stood by for a year or two and let all these drugs be pushed into the community. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's the way it works here. But so we gotta come up with a whole new drug enforcement system that does not do that at all. That it's like, we catch you, you're going to jail, you're getting charged, you're getting convicted. That's it. Up in the top, we're talking about this. I really wasn't going to talk about it, but I put it up here. So in my book, I talk about the need for separate jail cells. And here's the reason. This week, there was a bunch of posts, and this woman, she's got a really good platform, really intelligent. I'm going to try to find her real quick. But she talked about this prison rape. Nicole's View, Black Liberation 84. So she talked about this. She posted this. She said, conservative estimates indicate that nearly 300,000 males are sexually assaulted every year in U.S. prisons and jails. And then the comparison was that only 135,000 women are raped in the country. So nearly 3 times as many men are being raped in these prison cells. And I posted a bunch of different videos from different people that, were talking about this, that have lived it experience. They've been locked up. They seen people, you know, getting raped, molested, whatever the case may be. So in the book I talk about, and it's so crazy because I wrote the book like 3-4 years ago, and I've seen this where there is a state that actually is implementing this. But I talked about a situation where you would have basically like a notepad communication device where people who are incarcerated can keep in touch with their family members, keep in touch with their children. They could FaceTime or whatever system you want to use, but it would give them value in the community. It would keep them connected to their children, to their family, which they care about, and it would inspire them to want to rehabilitate their life. So when they came home, and I've seen this in other people, that when they came home, you know, they want to take care of their child, they want to take care of their family, they want to do the right thing. We got to make sure those opportunities are there. But the reason why this rape culture can persist in prison is because of the overpopulation. You know, the fact that you got, I mean, there was a guy on the radio, white guy, they locked him up for a domestic violent situation at our county jail. He was on the radio talking about it. He, you know, he's an older white gentleman, and I know, like, I don't know if you know, if you go to a jail and you're a white person, white dude, they treat you like a piece of shit. Like, that's the only way to describe it. You have no value. And they punch you, they kick you, they spit on you, they make you sit in the corner. I mean, then and this is how they treat white men in prison. And the guards don't give a damn about it. Like, it's crazy. It's crazy. Like, you'd be really, really shocked if you've never seen the treatment that white men suffer in prison.
This is why they're more likely to give white defendants probation. You know, why they give black defendants, you know, 10, 20, 30, 40 years in prison for the same crime.
Not only that, they want to scare these white men to death. I mean, just to be perfectly honest, they want to scare them so bad that they never think about committing a crime again. If they have, and these are, I mean, this is like just county jail. This is not like prison. This is just, you might be, you know, you get your bond, you'll be out in a week or whatever the case may be. They want to put the fear of God inside of those white boys and white men or whatever. And when I say boys, I mean, you know, obviously 18 and over, but just these young white thugs that are out there. They want them to be afraid to ever come back to jail again. So I've witnessed it, and I'm just like, in my mind the whole time I'm thinking, you know, because I didn't make it to that little holding cell, but I'm thinking, if I go in that cell, I'm fighting the first person that even thinks about treating me that way. That's just how it's got to go, man. You can, I mean, come on, G. It was inhumane, but, you know, they probably deserve it because they more than likely treated our ancestors so much worse. So much worse, man. But I believe it's imperative to have a system of imprisonment where the people they can't rape each other. Like, it's impossible. That'll cut down, because there's drugs that go into the jails. That'll eliminate that. It'll eliminate this rape that goes on. You know, they prostitute these men out. Like, not only are they molesting them, unfortunately, but if you prove to be weak and you don't have a team, they're going to prostitute you out for cigarettes and packs of oodles of noodles and whatever. It's all about power, but essentially that's what ends up happening. In a lot of American prisons, it's man, it's so crazy. But yeah. So
tell me this: what's the average? What do you think the average inmate per cell? Do you think?
I'm sure it
overcrowded. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sure it varies from state to state, but I know there's an initiative to try to shut down Rikers Island that's been going on forever because of overcrowding, because of the deaths that they have in that prison. I want to say it's Attica. Is it called Attica? That's it. Yeah, I think it's an Alabama or Mississippi prison, and they have this huge death rate among the population. Man, I want to say it's Attica because I think it's named after an African town or African country or something. Well, not a country, but a town or something like that. Oh man, let me think. Oh no, Angola. That's what
Angola. Yeah, Angola. That's the country. Angola. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a prison in the South that's named after that country, and
it's in Mississippi, Angola. Yeah.
It's one of the worst prisons you could ever end up at. Yeah. So, my God, man. You know,
hey, look, let me tell you about the Philippines. In the Philippines, right, and a lot of these Southeast Asian countries, you know, they will have, 50, 60 men in a cell that's supposed to be for only 5, 10 people. I mean,
I've seen those images. Those images where people are just laying on top of each other. Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, and you know, there's no air conditioning, no proper hygiene, no toilets, no showers, no proper food. I mean, prison in some of these third world countries are complete hell. Hey, I'm gonna tell you. To me, I mean, the raping part, that's really bad. But if you take the raping, prisoners in America out of it, America probably has the best prison system in the world. But of course, it's the raping of men. That's what makes it really bad. Because I don't think, I mean, it does happen, but I don't hear of wide rates of rapes in the Philippines. I don't hear that too much.
Yeah, it's the rapes, but it's solitary confinement is another big issue.
Right.
Where you're locked up for 23 hours, you get an hour out, or the hole or whatever they call it. That situation. That's another big problem in American prisons. It's a psychological torture that they put people through. I always said to myself, man, if I was ever I was in prison for years, I would prefer solitary confinement. Mm-hmm. That's just me. I'm a truck driver. I'm good in a solitary confinement situation, but most people can't handle that. Like they're, just we're social by nature, and some people really, and a lot of people that are incarcerated have mental health issues anyway. Right. And they don't really get the treatment that they need, So, yeah, that's, man, it's crazy. And then there's the whole contraband. I think I want to say that's the term that they put on it. Where under that, what is it, the 13th Amendment, where when you're imprisoned, you still can be technically used as a slave or enslaved, or however you term it. So I know that they work, quote unquote, but they're not getting paid but pennies for the work that they do. I know down south they got those chain gangs. They take them out and do highway, trash pickup and cutting grass and whatever else they do. So yeah, I mean, it's all, it kind of is what it is. I don't personally, if you commit crimes in the state, I believe you should have to pay restitution back to the victims, especially if it's a victimless crime, then I feel like you should have to pay back restitution to the state. In some way, shape, or form, but I don't think it should be where, you're getting 13 cents an hour or whatever. I mean, because the rates that I heard is ridiculous, the amount of money that they're paying them. It should fall under, state minimum wages and whatever the case may be. They pay a certain portion to restitution. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Look, in Japan has one of the lowest murder rates in the world, right? But they have an interesting way of combating murder. What they do is, if you commit a murder, basically they will hang you. There is no, if you murder somebody, you get 10, 15, 20, 25 years. They will just simply hang you if you are found guilty of murder.
Wow. I will definitely do some research into that. The problem in America is, we know what the problem is. They've accused, incarcerated, and even killed so many innocent black men. Every week they're releasing some black man. I think the most recent one, he was locked up for 45 years and finally got exonerated. So that's I'm a proponent of the death penalty. And I think in the book, and I think even in that post, I talk about a panel of 3 judges where, like the level of evidence is essentially they got to be caught red-handed for something like that to proceed to actual death. But if it's a situation where through some investigation or eyewitness testimony is not credible at all, a lot of this DNA evidence is not credible, I think it's really hard. As a matter of fact, I know, because 50% of the homicides in this country don't ever get solved, because homicide is one of the hardest things to prove in court. So it's, you got to have a standard that's so high, like video evidence. The police show up and the person standing over the body with whatever in their hand. I mean, it's got to be some super hyper proof to where I would say, okay, let's commit capital punishment on a person. But I see what you're saying. That's a different society.
Plus Japan is a homogeneous population, so there's no, you don't have to worry about racism or sexism or anything in Japan. Well, you do have to worry about sexism, but there's no racism in Japan. I mean, with the citizens, because the population is mostly homogeneous. So it's tougher for a capital murder in a multi-racial society, because of course people can be discriminatory, they can be biased, different things going on there.
Yeah, absolutely. Man, I think of course it would have to be murder, rape. I mean, it would be reserved for the most heinous crimes, as they say.
You posted you posted a few days ago about this teacher in Indonesia. He raped 13 girls over a 6 or 8 year time period, and I think he got the death penalty, I think.
I believe he did. Because I was like, I approve of this particular punishment. Yeah, that guy was a piece of fucking, oh God. Yeah, he deserves everything he gets and more. I wish they could actually torture. I mean, we don't live in those times anymore, but people like that, I believe, deserve to suffer some type of torture. But I mean, we live in a humane society, so-called. So a quick, swift death is probably best for somebody like that, because I just don't think those type of people deserve to breathe the same air and live in the society where everybody's working hard, trying to make ends meet, trying to pay their bills, trying to take care of their family and everything else. And I just honestly don't think they deserve to be here. I just don't.
Right.
I really don't. I don't have the sympathy like that. That's Supreme Court justice who would have exonerated that guy. She would have gave him the least amount of time she possibly could have. and if she could have found a way to set him free, she would. And to me and her will never agree on anything if you have that sort of mindset about a crime such as that. I just can't relate to be like that.
Yeah, actually, and the crime went on for 6 to 8 years, and he actually impregnated at least 6 of the girls. I mean, it was really interesting. I just never heard of anything like that.
So our history in this country is rife with those situations, or enslavement and history with whites. Yeah. But I gotta.
But the fact that he was able to get away with it for such a long time, and the girls that he raped, they for many years they never said anything.
So in this country, it's teachers, it's people in positions of authority. So it's in the church, different different denominations of the church. It's been pastors, fathers, whatever. It's been teachers. It's been uncles, unfortunately, inside of family units. It really, whenever you have predatory pedophiles and they intentionally infiltrate places where they will have authority over children. That's what they do. That's their MO. That's very important that you vet those people. You put them through some type of psychological testing if they're going to be in this authoritative position over children. Man, it's just like there's so many ways to limit the problems that occur in this country. I'm gonna tell you, I've dated a lot of women and just had conversations with a lot of women, and I gotta say, nearly half of them have been molested or raped at some point in their life, and it was so eye-opening to me. Like never understood it, never knew about it. That type of thing is always a big secret. Until you kind of gain trust with people, and then you find out, man, like this stuff is rampant here. It's really rampant, more than people would ever believe or ever understand. Let's see if I can get this thing on. Okay, so that's a crazy note to end everything on. It's nearly 1 a.m. We didn't get Black American Homeland. I know he'll be hitting us up in the DMs or whatever.
You mean marriage? Married with Mary.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Married Black parents. Yeah, we got Black parents. We didn't get married Black parents. He probably on some type of vacation or whatever. I'm gonna scroll through the Jumbotron one more time to see if there was anything that I wanted to talk about that didn't come up. Because the thing I'm gonna post this in. I posted on my page. It's already there. I'm posting it in our community. I'm gonna try to go back and get the other recorded ones that I haven't reposted there yet. Because man, it would be so nice if there was like a folder that you could put all of these recorded spaces in, and somebody can go back whenever they want a podcast. You know what I'm saying? And check them out if they wanted to. I had this whole idea where I was gonna have a YouTube channel with one device. And then another thing about I could have a podcast set up with one device and then have one device or a clubhouse room set up, and try to do them all simulcasted. But I just don't have the energy for it. It would be a great thing to do. I just really don't have the energy for it. But maybe somewhere in the future I can try to develop that so I can put more content on that YouTube page. Yeah, Robert Smalls. Let me put this. This gentleman, his name is Intelligent Contraband. man. I did a search on Twitter for Contraband, and he hashtag Robert Smalls. And I don't know what this is, Lexico, powered by Oxford. He put in the search intelligent contraband, and this is what came up. It was during the American Civil War. A slave, especially a fugitive or captured slave in Union-occupied territory. Such slaves often provided military intelligence to Union forces. So that is the one thing I didn't get to mention, was that I think we all know Harriet Tubman was a quote-unquote spy for the Union during the war, but this was like a thing for these contrabands of war, is they were supplying the Union forces with intelligence. They were quite literally, they're coming up, they're escaping, they're self-emancipating themselves, and then they're given detailed information to the Union, about what was going on in the Confederacy. So there's so many ways in which they played a vital role, and likely, not just likely, I think there's evidence of it, and there's a lot of I think Lincoln might have been quoted as saying that they wouldn't have won the war if not for the Black American soldiers and that participated. But it's everything they did. Like I said, they were support. They were espionage. They supplied intelligence. They fed. They did just about everything they could up until the point where they were allowed to fight. And then once they were allowed to fight, they did even more. So I'm gonna really hold on to this group, this 500,000, these American contrabands, as the original migrators who we can look to in our history as the example of what we need to become to establish these Black majority states. So. Yeah, on that note, if you like to say a few more things, if not, definitely join the Black State of America migration community. And we do these meetings every Saturday, 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, trying to give everyone as much daylight as we can, so that we're not taking away anybody's daylight. For this particular purpose, but please come back next weekend. Feel free to speak at any time, grab a mic, and hopefully prepare yourself for this migration that is coming, and coming very, very soon. A year seems like a long time away, but the time is picking up, man. It flies by. So right after that election, where I believe Biden becomes a lame duck president, Republicans are essentially in the driver's seat in the Congress, and there's all this speculation about Biden either being removed from the presidency because of his deteriorating mental condition. There's so many videos where he's just like slurring his words. It's incoherent, it's gibberish, it's babble. And so they may try to remove him because of his deteriorating mental state, and the Gerald Ford prediction of the male president being removed so that the female vice president can become the first female president of the country. It seems like everything's being set up for that. I guess time will tell. So I guess we'll see. We'll just see if that's what happens. We know Obama was in the White House earlier this week, and they did a bunch of photos together, photo ops or whatever. So we shall
Hey, take care, everybody.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay, goodbye.